Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Hope you're staying cool, because it is hot. Like, what the fuck? It's so hot today. Please help. Yeah, Kevin, that is my exact response. I hear you, buddy. Come here. Yeah, come get pets. It is too hot. It's way too hot. 72 here? It's like 85 here already or some shit. And it's gonna get hotter. I don't know what to do. I'm not built for this. Yeah, make sure, on a more serious note, everyone stay hydrated and stuff. It's very easy to let the heat get to you without realizing. So, like, stay safe. I know a bunch of you work outside and whatnot. And it is Saturday, so if you got any fun weekend activities planned, stay hydrated. Dress appropriately, etc., etc. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Jester, good to see ya. Rune, hope you're well. New Mex event. Viper. Control, Scoops, and carry on Scoops. Sean, Itsukado. Mahoney. Loves to spooch. Thank you so much for the 4 months with the 3 streak. Thanks for social streams and game mass. My pleasure. Thanks for being a part of it. I appreciate you. Cheeky, how you doing? Reckless Monster, hope you're well. Tenor, Swin. Roddy. Sam Losco. Higgy Brit. Kitty. Okay, Kevin, I need my hand back. Kevin said no. Kevin. Okay, there we go. 85 this early in the day? Yeah, Jaybridge. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So I started playing a little bit of Spell Shot with some of the spell buffs. Inflammation and Laser Hand, 2 of my favorite spells in this game, right? They both got buffs. Laser Hand's buff was really, really big. So I want to level up a Deadshot. I want to do a Chaos Climb on a Deadshot and just like go through with these fiery spells. I don't normally play much Spell Shot, especially not a Deadshot, because it's one of the simpler classes to get up and running. So the way I'm justifying this to myself, to my contrarian creative side, is I'm using spells that are not that popular yet. Yet. I anticipate a lot of these things that got buffed are really gonna climb into the forefront. So, let's do the thing. In 69% today, nice. I remember I got this this primordial oil and spice a while ago, so I'm messing around with this. I'm still not entirely sure how this works. I know you hit puddle with fire, more damage happen. That's about all I got. So I'm not shooting often anyway. It doesn't really matter much. Spellblade is just there for the crit chance and an echo delivery system, really. I've got a couple quest rings. I've got a wyvern's ring for fire damage and spell crit chance. Got a really good insight ring. I got spell crit damage, SMG crit damage. I'm not really gonna shoot the SMG, so the SMG crit damage doesn't matter. But the spell crit damage is nice, and the damage boost that applies to non-crits is in the conditional category. So pretty good formula-wise. Notably, Blast Gasp, which we have on this build, is ability damage and can't crit, so it will get full benefit from this ring. More than Unkindled Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome in. Tatsu, how you doing? Hey Yasha, how you doing? It's been a minute. How's the melee stuff? Melee stuff's great. I primarily play melee builds, honestly, in this game. This is like the first time I've done a non-melee build on the stream in, I don't know, a few streams. I almost said penis. I was close, Scoops. I was close. Hey Shay, how you doing? Oh yeah, I got a pretty good Primordial Skeep, Fire Graveborn, while farming on my on Barbara. So transferred that over, and getting primordials is pretty easy now at C50 since it's not the highest tier anymore. So I was able to bring over a primordial inflammation, primordial laser hand. It took me way too long read-only fucking re-rolling this inflammation, by the way. I don't want to talk about it. And I happen to have this Miasmic Mail sitting around, non-chaos tiered, so that sucks, but it's got 2 and double knots, got spell crit chance, got area damage, which all was nice to me. I did get that Ascended, Calamity with 2 double knot points yesterday. I don't remember the passives, but I'll still have to transfer that over from another character. And I got a body room. I'm just doing a Graveborn Capstone, high threat count. I'm using fire spells, so let's do some chaos trial shit.
Enter if you dare. But seriously.
Should be noted I've been awake all night due to my schedules and both slightly insane and very sleepy. Scoops, when are you not slightly insane? When are you not? Really, let's be honest. Even though I'm hyped for Wonderland stuff, my brain's saying Godfall, so I'm gonna do that for a bit. Sounds good, Viper. That spin to win stuff you did looked fun. Laser hand is so fucking satisfying. Bro, you just heard his dumb, stupid tank. He's literally vibing in the middle of all 3 Moiraxes on Exalted. That's crazy. That is interesting. Almost 69%. Yeah, almost there, Tatsu. Full disclosure, did all Imelda forms without cast activated last night, just get through it? No stigma there. Imelda sucks, Shay. So, like, do what you gotta, you know? So much fire. Yeah, no, I'm finishing this bonus. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Rune. Did the Imelda fight for the first time last night? Definitely not an easy one for a close range build. Yeah, Imelda is just frustrating because accessing her is the problem. Like, there's just so many things that simply can't interact with her. That's my least favorite thing in boss design. They got it so much better with Theodore in DLC 3. Really, I hats off to them for that. Like, it's so much better. Sniped. Agreed 100%. Enjoyed the Wildfire DLC 3. Is a nice change of pace for me. Yeah, I think it's definitely a marked improvement. Only laser hand, use finger gun hand. Is this spell a better sniper than snipers now? Maybe? Spell shot is still pretty crazy. It does some crazy things, so maybe? But, like, you can also use it while shooting a sniper, if you really want to. It's so good. With a couple friends, we all agreed to just get through for the gear and try the fights later for fun. Yeah, I think that's the healthiest way to go about it. I don't intend to do DLC 2 at all on this character. I don't think I've gone through on this character at all, and I'm not going to change that. Because I just don't want to deal with Imelda ever. Hey Necromancer Gage, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm geared up for a fire version of the Frost Heavy Deadshot build I've been playing. This is encouraging to watch. It's so fun. Like, I don't normally enjoy Deadshot very much, but Inflammation and Laser Hand have always been spells that I've just enjoyed. And using them together is amazing. Plus, Inflammation has some cool interactions with Blast Gas that I really like. Like, if you dot an enemy with Inflammation, then that dot, because that dot is a spell, see, Blast Gas. It was Blast Gas that killed that. So, it's an explosive dot that deals ability damage. That double dips. It's sick. How does it boss? About as well as an Ice Spike build does, just with slower time between casting. Think of Laser Hand as a fire Ice Spike that hits harder but has fewer projectiles and longer time in between hits. So anything an Ice Spike can do, this can do. Inflammation is more here for mobbing. Tried any other spells since the buffs? If so, any that stand out? I haven't used any of the other buffed spells yet, please. That's something I need to budget the time for. I spent most of my time chaos climbing on my my melee build, my melee inflammation build, and now I'm doing a spellcasting inflammation build. I'm doing a lot of inflammation. Doing good, just bring my main build C50 now. 3 more levels to go. How are you? I'm doing great, Gage. I'm a little hot. It's a little hot here today. Other than that, nothing to really complain about. Just a chill day. Enjoying the update. Enjoying the update. It's off the bulwark now. Just tried parrying a red attack. Oh no. Yeah, that's where muscle memory fails you. Another reason I like Deadshot for this is because Stain of the Soul lets me still kill things with my fire spells when they're immune. resist enemies are a problem. They're not, though. Because I have this. Okay, thinks this game? No, Viper's talking about Godfall. Cousin got a primordial laser hand and he loves it. Let's go. I can't wait until I get an ascended laser hand. It's gonna be... Oof. So I don't know how helpful Inflammation is gonna be here. This would be like a double laser hand fight. How you doing? Doing well, comp. How many spells are those? What do you mean? Could you also use Burr for Frost bonus element? Yeah, you could. Absolutely could. That'd be pretty fun. Ooh, on a crit. You see that chunk? Hello? Oh yeah, you gotta hit the crit spot with this. That's a huge difference. Whew. Whew.
Before your dragon lord. You're all tragic.
That was a 1 mil hit. Doing okay. Tested Petty Tantrum a lot. Just keep in mind, DLC's been out for 2 days. I am already aware of everything, but some people would prefer to remain unspoiled on items. Just keep that in mind. But yeah, I kept an eye on some of the stuff you're looking at. It's interesting.
Let's get charging and blasting.
You activate Burr's pass with Ambihex? Yes, but you have to go down for Relentless Rage. That's the only way. Forgot that. Yeah, I figured. You're all good, though. Honest mistake. Easy to get caught up in the excitement of new stuff. I feel you.
I am invincible.
Just out of range. I need a spell radius passive to be able to do that. That was fun. This is a fun build. Yeah, I like this. This is gonna be a good time. arson build. Smartest decision today was putting some bottles of water in the fridge. I agree, that is a very smart choice. Laser hand stuff? Yeah, we're doing laser hand inflammation. We even got some oil and spice, although I'm still not entirely sure how to use that gun, so... Hey Twist, how you doing? Danny Dead, good to see you. Anything on the setup's different to standard Ambi Hex, or is it just the fire spells? Wow, I had 7 Dark Hydras on that run. Thanks, Butt Stallion, holy shit. You aim with it? Yeah. So, difficulty. Yeah, this is the Tree Viper. I don't take Dread Covenant because it's buggy, and... yeah. Max Stain of the Soul, Max Blast Gas. I'm getting Double Knot from armor. I'm using a Miasmic Mail right now. I want to switch to that Calamity I got. But... I don't know. I don't know. What do I think about that? Really hope that named the Jab of the Haters. I doubt it, J-Bridge, but that would make me happy too. Hey, a 2 Contagion Deathless, that's familiar. It's even got area damage, movement speed. Hang on, that's useful. Ah. I'm trying to move away from that, but like, it's got movement speed. That's so useful. That's a paradigm. Kevin, can you stop knocking over my recycling? Please? Cat. I agree. Horn Hero been back. How you doing? Quag Chad to you as well. I probably won't hit the bunnies on all these runs. We got a lot to do. If I go fast through all these trials, I could probably get it done in under like 2 hours. Doing okay today? Okay is good. Okay is good.
You're creepy. I like you, but you're creepy.
You know which character is the armor you want? Yeah, it's on my, my Frost Shiver. Another reason I'm a little more okay with playing Deadshot now is Spell Shot did take a couple nerfs. Spell Weaving is a little less insane. A little less. Like, just a tiny bit. Tiny bit more towards the power of the items you're using. 20% less thumb. Yeah. Laser hand gaming. Laser hand sick control. It's absolutely goated. Guns falling through the floor in bunny room. Yeah, that's a bug that happens occasionally. It's been in since launch. Ooh. I love that you can line up enemies and pierce through them with this. Laser hand pierces enemies, if you didn't know. So, like, if you got a bunch in a long line, you can just hit them all. It's great. Laser hand reminds me of Iron Bear railguns. A little bit, yeah. At least you gotta charge them up. Iron Man build, it's happening? Yeah, twist. Reminds me of Outriders Pyromancer. Me too, Wraithlord. This is the first thing I thought of. I kind of want to see what happens if I stack a bunch of spell radius to see if it gets as wide as Phaser Beam in Outriders, you know? Because that would be cool. Can we try on World Slayer when it comes out? Yes, love to spooge. I will be streaming World Slayer. And I'll have more info about that on Monday. I'm waiting on some correspondence. But yeah, I'm definitely doing World Slayer. Reminds me of the upgraded fire sign. I could see it. I could see it. Hey, Uncle Noble. How you doing? I don't know how exactly to test very well stuff. Done some calc stuff with the weapon. I don't know how to do those things efficiently, correctly at times. You give me some tips on how to test things correctly. I genuinely appreciate it. Yeah, so general tips for that comp. You want to make your spec as clean as possible when you are testing. So that means as few damage boosts as possible. Make sure you eliminate anything from the test that is RNG related. That means as low crit chance as possible. Know what your values are when you crit and when you don't, so you can distinguish them. You know, take off as much gear as you possibly can. For certain tests, if you want to save yourself some time mathing out removal of your myth rank, then some people will have a clean profile save that has no myth rank investment, so they don't have any of the passives there. Know exactly how much your hero stats are contributing to your testing, and try to keep your hero stats consistent when testing things. Just ensuring consistency is the biggest way to test. Also, damage formula. Damage formula. Run your numbers through the damage formula and get some expected values that you're looking out for, and it's easier to figure out what went wrong if you have a number that you expect, and then you can figure out how to get to that number from whatever it is you've got. Test has naked, only the myth rank stuff is affecting my stuff. Cool. And did you check against the damage formula? Figuring out when something is like in a damage category is like a two-pronged thing. It's usually partially looking in game files, but also just comparing against expected results. Like, if it was gun damage, this would be your number. If it was spell damage, this would be your number, etc., etc. a little bit confused how to use it. So think of it as a guideline for just running your calculation. You use that as the basis for what you put into your calculator to see your expected number. So you're just plugging in the boosts you have.
A healing potion, eh?
To that formula. So I have to put effort into it, which is an issue. Yeah, testing is hard. It is, at best, it is tedious.
Died nicely, though.
Hey, Pollution. How you doing? Yo, we got the 69%? Nice. Do testing smarter, more invested people just like me in cool builds trying to make them work. Yeah, I like doing that too. I don't test as much as some other very dedicated people in the community. But it's a group effort. It's a group effort. And that's how we ensure accuracy. Remember, when you got a whole community of people fact-checking some math and testing results, those results are a lot more solid, you know? Another trap. I bet the testing I did was the thing, found out about Barky being melee stuff, so that was fun. Yeah, Viper. Data collection is best when it's multiple sources running similar or same builds. Exactly. Exactly that. Cuts down on the impact of any human error in testing. And there's always some degree of human error. That's why testing and retesting, getting someone else's eyes on, all good things to do.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
I killed that skeleton through the Dragon Lord statue. I love that so much. Oil and spice doing much? I can't tell, but I'm also not shooting much anyway. Like, I don't have much time to shoot, so I could have less helpful things. Banshee. Oh, I completely missed there. I'm gonna take a break from Wonderlands now. Been trying it all evening. Yeah, take breaks. Breaks are healthy.
That's more like it.
Pretty good. And my spec could definitely be better. Like, I don't have much spell damage right now. I'm just using a Wyvern's Ring because it's funny. I'd definitely get more damage changing that out for, like, a championship ring with spell damage. clip I mentioned. Look at that. You're just chilling. That's great. That's great. Bernie? Yeah, you like that, Irish? I was proud of myself for that one. Laser hand with 2 radius parts. I want to pick that up because I want to see, like, how radius even affects that spell. I'm not sure. Hey, Dark Reaper, how you doing? Pleasantly surprised I've not needed to upgrade my gear in my climb to 50. Yeah, by the time you get to 35, usually your build concept's solid enough that you're not going to need much in the way of upgrades, if anything at all. 37 is drill, right? Enjoying this primordial volley? Nice. Gonna use them. This is a oil and spice, Jules. Oil and spice. Its whole thing is, its alt fire mode makes that oil puddle, and then you can light up that puddle with fire damage, cause a little explosion, do some extra damage. It's thematic, so I threw it on here. I'm not really using it much, but yeah, it can do damage. Sometimes it does a lot of damage. Not necessary to have several characters. Do you have any useful sheets or docs? So in the resources channel in the Discord, we have lots of various spreadsheets and stuff for various things. There's a health calculator. There's your drop percentages on your expected loot luck. There's in the works, or a couple more things. There's lots of useful resources in the Discord. In terms of stuff accessible through the Twitch chat, though, if you do !damage, that gives you a link to the full damage formula. If you want to know what kind of damage boost anything in the game gives, it's in there. And in terms of, yeah, like, I have lots of characters. I have lots of characters. Lots. Did the thing. Hey, Shots, how you doing? Didn't use bunnies. It's gonna already take me about 2 hours of runs to get to Chaos 50 on this character. So, no, I didn't. Speeding up my runs. Using the fire SMG from the quests. It's fire and thematics and the quest gun. No, I don't have one of those on me at the moment. Rogue Imp would be good here, because I'd be reloading it a lot. Hawken would be good too.
I got all the magic I need. Like wait before the side.
A laser spell? Yeah, laser hand. It got a huge buff, Dark Reaper. Laser hand got over a 500% buff. Like, it hits real hard now. It's so fun. Do I have health bug? I feel like this is health bug. Well, I know it would help me climb faster, but I don't like benefiting from the health bug. I'm not gonna do it. I don't know if Storm Smite gets area damage. I don't think it does, but it is in the damage formula doc, Shay, if you want to check. Ooh, last rites.
Plan's looking a
Love to see this gun. Ooh, I hope the last rights holds up well at C50. I haven't done any gun builds at C50 yet. I've only played my my melee dot stuff. Finally putting builds together in Destiny and saving them the loadout feature. Nice. Hey Twisted Grin, how you doing? Wait, did I click featured? This is Chaos Trial. This is featured, isn't it? Well, I guess I'll take a little money. Give me the health bug. So, occasionally enemies will fail to load the Chaos tier health. So you'll still be getting all your high Chaos tier rewards. But they won't have the health they're supposed to. So, like, I could tell because some of my things were killing enemies way faster than I expected them to. And it's because I'm doing the same damage, but they don't have as much health. Featured, cool. Well, at least I got a little money out of this. I wonder how efficient doing one run is. I wonder if Health Bug also reduces their damage. It's a good question. When I say mayhem, it's years of being used to that. Not much better. See, I'm still doing good damage, but it's not one-tapping full-size enemies with inflammation damage. Inflammation Blast Gas was insane for mobbing. It's so much fun. Feature on all mimics is pure chaos. I love it. Build isn't ready for it. Yeah, it's definitely not friendly to certain kinds of builds. Especially considering the end boss. Like, to be able to deal with mimics well, and to deal with the end boss well, it's a little awkward. But the feature this week is very, very good for money. And I would recommend to anyone who's advancing their Chaos tiers, you really want money. A Primordial armor is 35 mil. I don't even know what an Ascended one would be. So, like, if you happen to ever see something good in a vending machine, you want to have at least enough money to buy it. So I really encourage some grinding of the featured this week. It's very efficient. You could technically even farm it on a low chaos level and just grab all the cosmetics and sell those. But you'd be getting the most doing it on highest chaos level you can, intense difficulty. Yeah, just grab all the money. You know, or be able to afford all the SDUs. Yeah, that's an important goal to work towards as well. Reason why you're holding that SMG, because I need to hold a gun. It's got a spellcast fire damage enchant on it, and if you do fire damage to a puddle, it makes a neat little explosion. So, thematically appropriate and occasionally relevant. I'm not really shooting, so... Laser hand only come in fire? Yes. Feed the RPG bunny? Yeah, feed the RPG bunny and sell all the stuff. That's another good way of getting money. When will items be max costs? There's no such thing as max costs, Irish. They scale up with level and chaos tier. So it's entirely dependent on what chaos tiers we get, what character levels you are, category of item.
You shall have extra peanut butter this
I suppose technically I could be using a Stab-O-Matic, because I do have a Spellblade equipped. So shooting a Stab-O-Matic would probably do good damage in this setup. But like, gross. I don't want to do that. I'm Quag and I'm here to save the day.
how the mighty get started.
Fucking hate the Stab-O-Matic, why is it here? I mean, keep in mind, Viper, remember the vault card that gave us Blade Fury? Remember that one? Remember the name of that vault card? Remember the theme of that vault card? Bunker Masters. We know it was coming. Oh, that sound. Ugh. Or if they didn't have to do it. But they did. What does that sound? It was Workplace Hazards makes a very chunky sound when it hits you, and I got hit by like several at once. Don't worry, it hurt my ears too.
Can't
Hey,
wait to
Nazora,
visit
how you doing?
themselves.
Good to see you.
I don't do warning shots.
Ward using Body Rune. I was thinking about it, and like, there's a case for Trick Mirror here. There's a case for Trick Mirror, there's a case for Lich's Augur. But Body Rune is what I had. Like, I had this already, Primordial with Vibing Enchant and Capacity Roll, so I was just like, okay. I didn't think too much about it. Open to suggestions there, though. Good, thanks. Appreciate the help the other day in Discord with character choice. Absolutely. Absolutely. My pleasure. Yeah, that sound. Hey Ferolio, how you doing? Live wire melee still chunk? Yes. Didn't see anything in the patch notes mentioning melee. They did mention live wire specifically. They changed how it works a little bit, but ultimately it's still very, 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 very good. I still think it's too good. They barely touched live wire. It got off easy. What enchant do I have on this? Oh, redundant. Also redundant. Look at that though. Question mark? That was interesting. I was wondering if you know if there will be a build doc completed sometime. Love the build doc in BL3. So the thought process on that currently is that, and I can speak for the whole doc team on this one, is that the game's changing too frequently for us to want to do that yet. The build doc in the form that most people are familiar with it, in which it gained the most popularity, wasn't until about 9 months into BL3's life. And the game was still receiving a lot of updates, of course, but it had slowed down a bit. Currently, week to week in Wonderlands, there's usually some sort of big change. Example, in this patch, Contagion was mechanically altered, so if we had made the doc already, then any Contagion build would have had to have gone through like a full audit. So, currently waiting until it slows down a bit. That's likely gonna be some point post DLC 4, because DLC 4 is also another class. So, TBA is the short answer. But do we have plans to do it? Yes. It just, it won't be soon. Probably reevaluate the time frame in about 6-ish weeks, because that's when we can assume the DLC comes out. Oh yeah, Fireface. I have ice spikes for this. There's my discount triple ice spike, or I suppose my awkward triple ice spike, and this is the primordial I got the other day. Gear armors now before they come even harder to get when the next class comes out. I suppose that's a fair point. But something to keep in mind is we don't know what skills are going to be on the multi-class combinations with Blightcaller when it comes out. Like, for example, there could be skills that aren't currently boosted by armor that roll, that are skills that already exist in the game, that roll with Blightcaller multi-class. Like, what if Blightcaller Berserker gets unarmored defense or something? Then that's something you're gonna have to go out and farm anyway, so. I just wouldn't worry about it, honestly. It's gonna be my personal approach. Climb to C50? Yeah, soccer chick. How you doing? What if it gets Relentless Rage? That'd be interesting. Had a Primordial triple Ice Spike with your Discord buddies yesterday too. Let's go. Ice Spikes are so good, but I'm really glad that Laser Hand is now like relative to Ice Spikes. Like Laser Hand competes with and situationally, in many situations, beats out Ice Spikes. I only switched there for elemental reasons. In the Discord now. Welcome, Thermal. Good to have you in there. Doing good? Glad to hear.
You're creepy. creepy. I like you.
Laser hand
but
does look
you're
awesome.
creepy.
It's just got so many good things about it. So like, it can weak spot, just like ice spikes. So you can guarantee a crit that way. The crit chance when you fully charge it is post add, meaning it multiplies your final result after it goes through your formula. TLDR, it's very, very good. That type of crit chance it gives on itself when fully charged is very good. It's very fast projectile. It's very precise. It pierces enemies. Fire on Flesh is one of the most favorable matchups for general use in the game, and most bosses have some sort of flesh phase, so it's good against that. It's got a really strong dot as well. It's got a short cooldown, and if you get a 2-charge laser hand, the way the cooldown works out is by the time you fire your second shot, even if you fire them right back to back, the first one is pretty much off cooldown. So it's very sustainable. Laser hand's just got a lot of good stuff going for it. Cracked up on boss runs. We're doing some chaos climbing today, Rohit. Hey Vald, how you doing? Changed my build to have Sanguine Sacrament. Took the skill or Hellish Blast cast twice, bumped my chaos down to 30 because bossing at 35 just wasn't it. Hey, going down to a chaos level where you're more comfortable has a lot of value. Finally beat Theodora. Let's go, loading screen. How to treat you. Nightmare Haste Shocks from Explosion. Yeah, very effective there. Donkey. I know a lot of people read this in Shrek's voice, but in my head it's Gordon Ramsay. I will not be taking further questions at this time. Like DLC 3? I did. I thought it was great. Well, the mechanics are very bad at bullet hell. I've wanted more bullet hell stuff for a while. In fact, Troy is one of my favorite bosses in BL3 because he has bullet hell stuff. Like, I still want them to do like a Troy the Invincible event. You know, they did a month in May where they made all the Malwan bosses 1 week at a time, super tanky. They've done it with Trant in the past. I want them to do it with Troy. Like bullet hell. Got an ascended thingy with 46% inferior. Where that would be? Oh yeah, that's crazy.
This world's no place for the weak. Spells are up.
What's bullet hell? Bullet hell is a type of game where it's just projectile spam. Like, you need to dodge a ton of projectiles at all times while fighting. Or while doing something.
We'll see about that.
That was a 1 mil laser hand on that enemy. Let's go. Oh, lurk sounds good, Sora. DLC 3 was challenging for me and I'm ashamed to admit it. No shame in that at all, Pico. Depending on build, it can absolutely be challenging. I had a lot of close calls in the last run I did on stream yesterday of it. Wonderlands isn't Borderlands. The bosses are not memes in this game. Like, they actually do stuff. There's actually, like, risk of you failing the fight in many of these instances.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
or you get the Spriggan SMG, as Irish said, anywhere, it's purple. So, if an item does not have a red text line, you see how this live wire has that red text in the box? That indicates it's a unique item. If an item does not have red text, it is not unique, meaning it does not have a specific drop source. So you'll just have to look into it.
Hard fight means hard fought. Time to get paid. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Oh, we're feeding the SMG bunny? Yeah. Hey, Rabbit, how you doing? Mods. Checking vendors is also good advice. If you have any skeleton keys, that's another way to get unspecified loot. Leans towards purple. Yeah, the best way is going to be hitting the SMG money, because that'll give you loot, and it'll limit it to only SMGs. Whereas you have no control over what type of item anywhere else. You're farming for non-uniques, such as this Brigand. Ouch.
That's what I needed. The stuff legends are made of.
Stop being immune. Dick. Hey, Birdman. How you doing? Good to see you. English only, please. And I'm hoping my Spanish is rusty and I misinterpreted half of that.
Now that's the good stuff.
How's the new stuff going? It's going really well. Really quality patch and DLC. And it's got me playing with... the buffs and stuff worked as intended. It's got me playing with things that I hadn't touched in a while. And that's always a good sign. Build diversity in this game, go crazy. I'm playing a setup that reminds me a lot of Pyro and Outriders. He's got the laser hand for the phaser beam, right? He's got lots of fire explosions on enemies at all times. It feels very Outriders to me. Speaking of, you hyped for World Slayer, Birdman? I know you've been covering a lot. You're streaming to the Outriders Steam page the other day, right? Oil and spice seems a little underwhelming. Am I missing something? The niche thing of oil and spice is you make an oil puddle, and then any fire damage you hit that puddle with causes an explosion. That's where the strength lies. Hey, Gonth. Gonna start climbing chaos levels. Any suggestions for build a Stabomancer? I personally really like doing melee stuff, melee dot stuff with Alchemical Agent in Stabomancer tree, and you got a lot of directions you could go with that. You could do Ghost Blade, you could do just swing a melee weapon, you could go to the capstone, shoot a gun, and do Executioner's Blade. That's my personal go-to for Stabo. Oh shit, this is Pyro. I was. It's cool. Death ready for out. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't done much techno. I think I do some techno stuff when World's Lair comes out, because some of the stuff they teased on Twitter for techno looks right up my alley.
You tell them I'm coming. Tell the Reaper I sent you. Worms won't go hungry tonight. That's more like it.
Thank you. You're welcome, John. Wait on work to call you? Yeah, let me know, Rabbit. Hopefully that works out for you. So if they better technical launch than last time? Yeah, here's hoping. It's pretty highly anticipated, so I imagine the servers are going to be under a lot of stress. Hopefully that goes well. Phew. Two betas for it, so you're just hoping to help address stuff. Same time the beta before that, 1,000 people still shit the bed. Ugh. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Thought I got the ass gun damage enchant on my Hammer Zerker. Let's go, Shay. Big progress. Happy for you. Okay, how's this gonna go? I just need to hit crit spots. Like that. Literally Pyro setup. It's so fun. I'm barely shooting. Now, I could be more optimal and just actually shoot my gun a little bit, but I just like doing the fire spells. Ah, I missed.
My kill, guys! A little help from my friends. You look at the trouble. Bet you wish you'd turned away.
Ooh, 1 mil hit there. Let's go. That was a big hit. I hit the crit spot there. Spell Nade as well. Spell Nade would look cool on this, yeah. I don't know about the damage though. Inflammation and Laser Hand both got big buffs, so they're like good. Kind of luring elemental blast. World drops only one spell charge, so still using Frostburn. Ah, yeah, you got the yeah. Frostburn does get you to that Hydra cap faster, but I want to say Frostburn Hydras have lower damage than Elemental Blast ones. Different base values. Go to the build overview? Yeah, absolutely, Pico. So, what we're doing here is a pretty standard Deadshot skill tree. Honestly, I should move some points from Prestidigitation into Font of Mana. Because I'm not really shooting. So, I should respec after this. I'll do that. Here, actually. I'll talk through the decisions while I make them. Game worth a buy? Absolutely. Absolutely. The game's been out for exactly 3 months as of today, and I have almost 1,100 hours in 3 months. There's a lot of build crafting to be had in this game, a lot of fun character stuff, a lot of personality, a lot of flavor. You know, I'm crashing? I've crashed maybe 5 times in 1,100 hours. That's just me. I know some people have some game stability issues, but I've only crashed about 5 times in 1,100 hours. So you were running Contagion yesterday. I was at work. Any clue if you walk through the build at some point, dig through the VOD for? I don't know when in the VOD I did, but I might circle around to that build today, Aurorius. I still have a highlight to make from yesterday's stuff for Kirk that I didn't get around to doing. So I'll circle around to it. It's way more stable than BO3. Yeah. 5 times in 9 hours? No, 1,100 hours. 1,100. Not 9. 1,100. Sorry, no, you're all good. You're all good. Game stability is a big concern for me too, with a lot of games. Now, the predecessor to this game, Borderlands 3, was extremely unstable. Still is. Crashes a lot. But this game doesn't have that issue. It's pretty stable, in my experience. I see hour count on Epic. It's just on the launcher, where you click to, like, play the game. So, for this build, max Faithful Thralls, because damage. 2 an Essence Drain to get down the tree, and also its cooldown. Sanguine Sacrament for survivability, because that's goated. I like taking 2 more Essence Drain for cooldown. You could go Dark Pact to boost up Stain of the Soul, but I prefer just getting more stuff. Go Dark Hydras for Thralls, Stain of the Soul for damage, Ascension, more Stain of the Soul, max out Blast Gas, Morhem's Blessing. Morhem's Blessing is so we have constant uptime on Essence Drain, and we are spawning Dark Hydras more often, and we're getting constant stacking of Ascension even without having to kill. Max Spell Sniper, take Mage Armor, Magic Bullets, because I have no real reason not to. Font of Mana, Glass Cannon, max Font of Mana, high thread count, that leaves me 2 points. For these 2 points, I'm looking at most likely going Lord of Edges and Dread Covenant for being optimal. Dread Covenant being a nice little safety net option. But I'm gonna be not optimal. I'm gonna go Stain of the Soul and Lord of Edges for just pure damage. A little higher risk. Gonna max crit damage, gonna max crit chance. Crit chance is being maxed here for double knot purposes. From here, these remaining 13 points. I have a lot of spell cooldown from my tree, so I don't need to put any there. I don't have an action skill, so that's off the table. Constitution would give me more buffer on my ward before my health bar starts getting hit and I start losing uptime on my vibing enchant. But I think status damage is the play here, because that's going to help inflammation out. So we're going to go with that. In terms of what I'm using, I have a Spellblade with Echo. Nothing else about this matters. It's just got Spellcast Elemental to, help boost my damage. Spellblade with Echo. Spellblade's here to provide that crit chance from meleeing, and Echo makes sense as another outlet for damage delivery. I'm holding an oil and spice most of the time. I'm not really using it much. It's just the puddle is thematic here. You could hold whatever gun you want, really. As long as it has an element helpful to you for double knot purposes. I'm using an armor to get double knot. This one happens to be a miasmic mail. But I'd highly recommend an armor for double knot with this setup. Rings-wise, again, you have a lot of flexibility. I'm using a Wyvern ring just because it has fire damage and spell crit chance. I've got an Insight ring because it helps Blast Gasp out quite a bit. And it happened to also roll spell crit damage. Body Rune because it's what I had, and it's good. I had a Skeep with fire damage Greyborn power, so threw that on here. Just, again, a lot of flexibility here. You can do whatever you want with this slot. And then Inflammation and Laser Hand, both of which got very big buffs and are very fun in this setup. Gotta run, enjoy the stream. You can take it easy, loading screen. You don't have double knots on armor? Armor, yeah.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Also on older gen console, only get crashes have been playing too long. Yeah, old gen consoles are struggling nowadays. Is this health bug? That doesn't. I don't think Inflammation should be one-tapping enemies like that. It looks cool, but this is health bug. Yeah, let me save quit this. Can you imagine if you got Inflammation that strong? You probably can with like spell boosts. I was thinking 2 in Sacrament, 1 in max health, just have something in all the kill skills. That implies you're not taking Ascension, and there's not a good reason to not take Ascension. Thermal. Also, why would you take 2 Sanguine Sacrament when you could just take 3 and heal more? I'm confused. Hey Pupsy, how you doing? We had 69%. We are not a HP. We are. Like, Ascension is the second biggest spell damage boost in the entire game. It's second only to Spell Weaving. Ascension's huge. And it's also max HP. This is featured. How do I keep doing this? Alright, thanks, how are you? It's hot. So, hot.
Have some fun. Enter the chaos.
Very hot. Hey Kirk, I don't know if you caught it, but I'm still gonna make that highlight for you. I just, I did not have the time yesterday. Time management go burr. I had a bunch of shit I was gonna do, and I just didn't get to any of it, so I apologize for that. This is why having Skeep is nice.
You tell them I'm coming.
It's not just very hot, it's too hot. Very true. Figured out new to these companion builds. Let me respec again. Yeah, it's just there's some skills that are good enough that you just always max them. It's been like this in Everland's game. There'll just be a skill that you take. For example, Faithful Thralls. There's never a situation where you're on Graveborn where you don't max this. Dark Hydra, same thing. Sanguine Sacrament, unless you're running a Deathless, same thing. Spell Shot. Magic bullets. Like, there's some skills you just always do. Anarchy on Gage. Vital Momentum on Zane. Tempest on Amara, usually. Harm on Amara, usually. Dragonor. Yeah, Dragonor is one of those always take type skills, yeah. Fuzzy math, no. When that laser hand crits, it's so strong, Anazora. It's so good. Skag Dead Big Surplus, yeah. Ow. See, this is gonna be the problem on C50. Enemies just sniping me. I'm not exactly tanky. Gotta figure a way around that. I might not need body room for this build, honestly. I might want something more upfront tank, like a trick mirror. I have to find a better sword explosion, because I can barely damage Imelda. Imelda's awkward. Get fucked, Frieza, please. Yeah, what are we working with in terms of... Oh, Butt Stallion boosted Blast Gasp and Lord of Edges. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Butt Stallion. C50 Imelda will surely be fun. I can confirm that it's awful. Yeah. I will probably not be doing DLC 2 on this character, because I do not want to deal with Imelda. This is one of the builds that could deal with her, because spells are one of the things able to interact with her just fine, but I still don't like the fight.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead or the same.
Portals and DLC doesn't want to appear for me. Stop me from progressing. So I've seen a few people say that, and it's always them missing something. I don't know what to tell you. I've not run into that in any of my runs. You're probably missing some quartz to shoot. than one? Yeah, it's like 3 per.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Make them more obvious. They're different colors. It's color coded. Everything you have to destroy is orange. The ones you don't are blue. Cool, that was satisfying. She's awful, I had her twice in boss runs, still not as unlucky as you 3. Yeah, like, it's just... I don't like Imelda. I'm curious.
We meet
Detour,
again.
Detour. Hope you're doing well this morning. Doing great, Mozilla. How are you? Every portal's a mini puzzle, so it's understandable they point the courts. Yeah, you have to do the thing that you'll have to do in the portal to get into that portal. It's like with the raid bosses. They give you a little teaser of the mechanic. You can post a skill tree if you want to, Thermal, and I can help you with that, if you'd like to. If not, that's okay, too. That's so satisfying. Just sweeping the fire across the screen. Oh. Yeah, you can post it in the chat if you want. Just loot lemon, skill tree. I should really stop being stubborn and, like, shoot for Bernadette, but I don't want to. Beautiful. Oof. This is fun. This is so satisfying. Let's test this out against Bunny. Let's see how this does. In theory, this should be pretty good because you can weak spot Bunny for like big damage. Hey CZ, Panda, Fatal, how you doing?
Spells are up. This'll be over before you can regret it.
Oh, I didn't have my full health enchant there either. Oh, that would have been so nasty. Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. Bye-bye. 5 mil. Cool. Cool.
Fine. Or whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Love to see that. Funny people like, what the fuck hit me? Yeah, let's hit some rings. Because I could upgrade from this wyvern ring. The 20% fire damage is nice, but I figure I already have spellcast fire damage, spellcast elemental damage, primordial fire amulet, myth rank. I got a lot of fire boosts. I don't really need more. So, some kind of ring with spell damage would be good. Morning, Sen. Deadshot? Yeah, but it's fire stuff. It's a lot of fun. We just did 5 mil to Bunny in one hit with a laser hand, and there's lots of room to optimize this way more. This could definitely one-shot Bunny with a laser hand. And that's fire on armor, by the way. Just good stuff. Ooh, class ring. Is that a double roll of melee crit damage? Yeah. Ooh. That's not bad either. I think ideally I want thumb cuffs or promise ring or championship ring. I think those are my go-tos here. Promise ring. Not good stats. Spell damage, spell crit chance, spell radius. Gotta pick that up. I also don't know what rings I already have in my inventory, to be honest. I haven't checked this save in like a while. So I should check that, but let me run to the bathroom. BP%. Hang on. BRB.
You haven't hit the bone zone.
You're creepy. I like you, but you're creepy.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, let's look at this for you, Thermal. What's your chosen method of dealing damage? Are you doing what, spell pixies? Because you could go some Stain of the Soul there. They would get that. Ascension's a lot of spell damage to not take. Pack on Viper. I'm looking at it. I'd move Punishment to Stain of the Soul as well. Using Hydras, I have Guns with Wings. Okay, Guns with Wings. Using Hydra Guns? Okay, so yeah, they get the spell stuff as well. I think Guns with Wings get your fire rate bonuses, so you probably want Windrunner, honestly. And your Chucks do get gun damage stuff. But you can get gun damage from like a ring pretty easily, so that's fine.
I'm gonna make so much coin. I'll need a whole building just
Maybe
to hold
try.
it. Then I'll dive into it like a swimming hole. And then I'll pay a cleric to resurrect me, because jumping into a pit of gold sounds like a great way to break
Try that.
every bone in my body.
Also, that idle line is fantastic. Let's look at what rings I have. I want to swap out this Wyverns for something. Ability damage is nice, spell crit chance is nice, but ability crit damage does nothing because Blast Gasp can't crit. So that's unfortunate. Got a good gun damage Sharks main. I don't have much in the way of spell rings right now. It's interesting. I thought I had better stuff. This one's spell damage and spell crit damage. I don't know if I want to lose the spell crit chance though. I might just stick with this Wyvern ring for a bit. Like this one is spell damage, spell crit chance, spell radius. I guess I could try that and see how that goes. See, purple's even at chaotic or sometimes better than like uniques in this game. Because what stats you need is just going to be more important in general. Hey Dex, how you doing?
That's more like it. Like wait before the side.
See you rocking that laser hand? Yeah, dank. Laser hand inflammation. It's a real good time so far. Ooh, trust in magic. It'll be awkward. Sure. You know, like Storm Smite isn't too shabby? Ooh, that's promising. I'd love to build around Storm Smite. I'm thinking about some Storm Smite Feral Surge stuff. Not built around, just spec'd into some ability damage points feels not bad. That's cool. Glad to know the buff helped it. Appreciate the help. Always a pleasure, Thermal. We help each other out around here. I love lining up so I just hit enemies through the Dragon Lord statue. The oil and spice in this build. It makes a puddle that when you hit it with fire damage, it explodes. That was a big explosion. Ooh. Just unlocked 35, kind of put Claw on my back burner for a while. Yeah, it can be hard to juggle a bunch of build ideas at once. Finish Umbrella Academy? I didn't. I think I have like 3 episodes, something like that, left. But I made progress. Really invested in Grave Contagion build for a while now. I'm switching. Yeah. I tend to fixate on a build for a few days at a time. Totally get that. Someone official trying to argue damage for me with me. In what way? It's not the strongest build out there, it's capable and it's fun. Yeah. Building around like the strongest thing possible does get old when it's things like Buffmeister and Pixie's fucking Spellblade Stab-O-Matic. Like, very flat things gameplay-wise. Freezing everyone with Sigil and smack the shit out of them, satisfying for sure. Because I'm morbidly curious. Yikes. Laserhand's nutty, it's so good. Dude really thought he was sneaking up on me. There's still some good conversations and stuff to be had there, Viper, and still, you know, it helps serve the mission of spreading good info and, you know, love for the game. There's a lot of people who've started hanging out in the streams due to us just being active and official. And getting more people interested in theory crafting is always worth the occasional headache. That said, recognize a lost cause when you see one. Just at a certain point, it ceases to be productive, so maybe step away from that one instead. Keep it constructive. Enemy damage got really high there. I wasn't expecting that to down me. Yeah, this is so addictive. I'm really liking Inflammation Laser Hand. I wonder how double Inflammation and double Laser Hand do on this build. Wow, that just one-shots it. Cool. But can it boss? Oh yes, Dex. It can boss. We did 5 mil in one hit to Bunny. Was it Class Ring or Promise Ring and Ambidextrous Skill? Promise Ring. The one that's action skill ready. That one. Hitting the crit spot on Zomboss is kind of hard.
You tell them I'm coming.
I suppose we found where oil and spice is most helpful. Like, periodic inflammation explosions will make that do its thing. What's the build's name? Denise? No, it's D-Nice. Sometimes we all have trouble finding the crit. Yeah, we're gonna bully Bunny real quick again. Inflammation's really good for mage armor stuff too. Your Chaos 50's wild. As long as your build's prepared, the enemies aren't too tanky. The biggest thing with Chaos 50, Onyx Gamer, is that they hit very, very hard. The enemies do a lot of damage. That's the biggest thing that gets you on Chaos 50. Boom. Oh, it's so sick.
Tastes like green butt wine.
so sick. Love the pocket kick charger. Oh no! It's a kick charger spell. That's totally what it is. Oh no. You're so right. It's just a kick charger. Primordial Rain of Arrows. That damage is crazy. Also, that cost is crazy. I don't even have max SDUs on this character. Ooh. Ion Cannon doesn't need ammo. Ion Cannon didn't pierce enemies. But Kick Charger did. So, yeah, it's just a Kick Charger. Keck hands. Oh no. Pan. Smart Armor that's kind of like trying its best. I guess Smart Armor isn't shit for melee FTS anymore, but like, bleh. I'd still use lots of other things first. More rings. There we go, C50 reach. Oh, you made it, Gage? Nice. Say this build should be called Pyro Burst. Shit. This build is... we call it Pyro Burst. Yep. We have to. We have to. This is Pyro Burst. It's a very layered joke. The deep lore. We cannot hit control. Quag fine indeed. Blizzard Frostbill with the ASA enchant's kinda nuts. Wait till you see other action skills. Blizzard is one of those things that, yeah, you can get it to a point where it does stuff, but then if you apply all that stuff to another action skill, it's even crazier. Just proof that, you know, building in this game, you can get a lot of power. You can squeeze a lot of power out of things that are even comparatively weak to other things. Though I'm curious to see how Blizzard does with, there's a new item I want to pair with it. I want to see how that goes. Wow, where's the spell damage rings at? Hello? There's all ability, melee, gun, like, hello? Seen all the items yet? Yes, I have. But I would like to keep chat relatively spoiler-free for people who have not. Slim pickings on rings from this run. I can't speak. So that one at least tried. Primordial. But, like, nothing else spell related. Weren't. I punched the spoilers. Arming rings and armor at the same time, so Quagsad. Yeah. Two Vargal healers fully healed. Solaris back to phase 1. Oh! Pain. That is known as pain. Now the 3 Days Grace song is in my head. And I appreciate that, Dex. It means a lot.
This fight could be worth my time. Ha! I could get used to this. Ready to cast.
At the ground. Stop sidestepping, fuck. Nasty Spill or Toothless? I guess I'll take Nasty Spill. Hey Sybil, how are you? So efficient. Very bean juice is required, understandable. Do you even consider keeping stuff volatile at this point? Yeah. I'm running a chaotic brain right now. And my armor is not chaos tier at all. I'd be Dragon Lord with the melee build. So the only part of the fight that you can't directly melee, C-Mac, is Bernadette. And there's a few ranged melee options that can hit Bernadette. For example, you can set up a Marshmallow and then punch it with a live wire, and those melee chains will hit her. Or you can shoot her with a Stab-O-Matic, which is a gun that deals melee. Or shoot her with a gun or a spell that can trigger Executioner's Blade, and that's a way of meleeing her. But also, just like shoot a gun at Bernadette, honestly. Just like a Sword Explosion, or just whatever good bossing gun you've got. Even on a melee build, you need to be prepared to shoot a gun. As for the rest of the fight, you can melee the Dragon Lord himself pretty easily. About Ghostblade. Ghostblade works too. It's just Bernadette's hitbox is super awkward. But that is an option, yeah. I think this week's featured run is better for getting STUs than when they're half price. You get a lot of money. It's also important to note that we have higher chaos tiers available now, which means more money, and SDU price has not gone up. So we're just earning more money towards that goal, just in a general sense. And then there's also this feature being insane for money on its own. Like, in a couple runs, I made like 15 mil, just casually, not even really selling much. If you were to do a bunch of featured runs and just constantly sell everything, you're gonna walk out of there with a lot of money. Next time we should vote for all crabs and Celissa just for Quag. I don't mind Celissa as much as Imelda anymore. I know Imelda wouldn't be like in the running, but yeah. Crabs I don't mind. You wanna annoy me, you go fucking Iclops and Dragon Lord. I want Colony, Shrooms, and Parasite. We gotta have the Mushroom run, chat.
That's more like it.
I hate the eye crab? I fear it and respect it. I don't hate that it exists. I'm actually glad that evil eye crabs do the things they do, because it's a meaningfully difficult, badass enemy. Enhances gameplay. Makes for good gameplay. I don't inherently hate anything challenging for being challenging, as long as it's well designed. Ever got an invincible Dragon Lord and health bar went away? You hit your pause menu and unpause, see if it's a visual bug, Jester. His health bar is very inconsistent. The loss here, can't clear C50 with Ski Calamity guy. Got to C50, no problem, and boom. It's going to take some time to figure out which setups have kind of been edged out, Steve. Who knows? Calamities might not have the damage for it anymore, the raw damage. Keep in mind, Spell Shot did get a slight reduction to Spell Weaving, so if you're using a spell that was not one of the buffed ones, you technically did get weaker in a caster build. Only slightly. Only slightly. But you technically did. So it's going to take some time to figure out what simply needs a re-gear, what needs to be taken back to the drawing board. We're on day 2 of C50, so I'd try and refarm some gear if you can. Or just work on another build and wait it out. See what consensus people come to.
Spells are up!
Nasty's still killing a lot of stuff over there.
What happens?
Will take damage and can't make burning companion. Unfortunate. Next feature drone is just clomps and butt styling statues. How dare you? I missed. Wag aim. Nerf probably didn't affect me with the Calamity not doing enough makes sense. Yeah, it's just a theory at this point. Calamities might prove to be fine. Just we're gonna have to evaluate a lot of things on a case-by-case basis to see if they held up to C35 to C50 jumps in health. Because keep in mind, from 20 to 35, there's a couple things that got a lot less desirable. And the difference between 20 to 35 is about the difference between 35 to like 41. So it got way harder than that previous jump in terms of enemy HP. But I have to sort some stuff out. Broken Hal, how you doing? I don't know Salissa's crit spot, to be honest. And I should. We'll just body shot.
You might be wondering why I called this meeting.
Lurking, get ready for the day. Be on after finish a few things. Sounds good. Nick soon neck. Hope you're having a good one.
I would run if I were you.
Went ahead and died, and he began the next fight. His phase changed. Weird HP glitch, I guess. Yeah. Seems that way. Thanks, the input helped a lot. My pleasure. It can be tough, jumping up difficulty levels and chaos caps and all that kind of stuff. It can be easy to stumble into something that feels very discouraging. So, I'm here to help. Yeah, staggering inflammation charge use like that is really nice for filling wounds. Alright, which chaos trial was that? I was opening up 42. Alright, we're making progress. Yeah, it definitely takes a chunk of time getting characters up to C50. I'll have to do a lot of that off stream.
Teamwork makes the scream twerk. Let's get casting and blasting.
No, I think I still have some saves that I never brought up from C20. That's how many builds I experiment with. Well, it should be skippable 3 at a time instead of 2. Why? Not necessarily opposed, but like, why? Just a long grind. Is a long grind a bad thing in this kind of game? Am I not? I don't have an answer to that either. I'm just... conversational point. Convinced me to grab my laser hand for my bank. Let's go. It's so good now. I got over a 5 times damage buff. Like, I don't feel strongly about the length of the Chaos Tier grind in either direction. Like, I genuinely just don't really much care, because either way I'm gonna do it and enjoy it. Like, I don't really mind, but I don't necessarily, like, want it to be that way either. I just, you know, I'm fine with either. Rather play things like featured climb just takes away from it, but you could just like do the featured instead of climbing. That's the thing. Like, it's still on you. Why do it if I'm not max chaos? For enjoyment? The only thing you can't get on max, that you can't get on lower chaos levels than max, is Ascended Gear. And Ascended Gear is still statistically improbable. Does not change what content is available, does not change what gear is available in terms of the item itself. It just introduces a less than 1% chance to get a slightly better item. Like, why? If I can make it there, yeah, it's a matter of enjoyment. If you don't like climbing, and you consider giving up your 0.98% chance of getting ascended, it's 0.9 something. then you have that as an option. What's the plan today? Chaos level grind, something else too? Probably be doing something else too afterwards. TI? Let me know what you would like to be referred to as. But currently I'm getting my Deadshot up to C50, and then we'll figure out from there. Make it so feature run completion count as chaos level up? No. Why would they? It's not a chaos trial. This is a question forcing Max. No, I know, but you're the one who specifically said, Jaybridge, you'd rather be doing features, so I'm like, then do the features. Bad favorite argument? How so? Can lightning chucks come in every element? Yes. It's notable, because, there's a couple types of fears that can't come in dark magic, but lightning chucks can. I play for fun or play to min-max. I do a bit of both. I think it would help the level grind if it counted for one level of the week. That's an interesting idea. Like a one-time per week deal, you could do a featured instead to just gain a level. I'm not necessarily opposed to that. That's kind of interesting. Would promote people playing the featured, which I'm all for. Okay, that'd work for me, Shrapnel. I don't know logistically how easy something like that would be to implement, or if other people would be into it, but I kind of like the idea. I build capable C50, why do I want to spend my time with lower chaos? Well, if you do not want to do the progression, you don't have to do the progression, is the whole thing. Build capability isn't really relevant to that subject. Someone said Pixie's most OP character to play. Pixie is a weapon type. But yes, Pixies are extremely overpowered. To the point where they're just not very fun for most players. Like, it's minimal gameplay. It's pretty much, instead of seeing something like this, Rock, where I'm running around casting spells and, you know, lighting things on fire, doing cool stuff, Pixies would be me sitting in the corner, shooting once, reloading, and watching the gameplay itself for me. It's not cool. Spellcaster? Yeah, I'm playing a Deadshot, which is a combination of Spellshot and Graveborn. This is a spell build. On one hand, I've got the Laser Hand, which is a charge-up laser beam spell that they just buffed by a huge amount, so it does really good damage. And then the other hand, I've got Inflammation, which is a flamethrower that does a bunch of other cool stuff. Hey Walnut, how's stream? Stream's good. Stream's good. Enjoying Laser Hand and Inflammation. Just two of my favorite spells. They both got nice buffs. So they're feeling pretty good. Why is it either or? Why not allow a quicker climb to max level if I'm capable? And this goes back to me not feeling particularly strongly about it either way. Like, if they made it slightly faster, okay, whatever. But I don't think they need to either. Like, I don't think it's that much of a priority, especially because they've already put in a catch-up mechanic for the first 35 tiers, which is something that wasn't there before. So it's already been made faster. I think I'd rather see attention and resources go in other directions, personally, but I'm not strongly opposed or anything. But something I would be strongly opposed to is drastic reduction of the progression time, because something that happened in Borderlands 3 that we saw a lot of is people who did not put together builds capable of doing that progression. They just jumped immediately to the max, then provided bad feedback on balancing of activities, and that ended up in a sharp difficulty drop and a lot of imbalance in BL3's lifecycle due to people not having to progress for a long time. So I want to avoid that at all costs. And I know no one's saying, hey, remove Chaos tier progression at all, but it is a slippery slope that ends there. So maybe I'm slightly resistant to the idea of making progression any easier, because it is a safeguard to balancing feedback. Fire spells look like they're performing well. Yeah, they're really good, Jeff. They're really good. Ooh, a Calamity. 3 in Spell Sniper. Spell and ability damage. That could be really good. No double knot, but worth having. Personally, don't like them skipping chaos levels while adding new ones. Makes it feel useless. I'd rather not skip levels. Understand doing so to make the climb easier. Could you expand on that rune? I'm not sure what you mean. By chance, got a primordial laser hand using that set of Calamity? Ooh, how's that going? This is a little awkward. Maybe a change in spell for this, honestly. Dragon Stash, I think you're being a little more aggressive than you need to be. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, but I think you're being hostile. Please tone that down a little bit. My bad, no motion content. Yeah, I understand. Keep in mind, tone over text is very difficult. So, sometimes things come across a little more harsh than necessary. That's all. Oh, that was a fun explosion. I'm being stubborn and not switching elements here. Or guns. Parasite might be a boss I have to shoot a little bit to get through that ward phase faster. This is Parasite, and it took a bit. Bad faith arguments that the climb is enforced. I don't really agree on that, because I don't have to be doing what I'm doing right now. Like, I do not have to be climbing. Now, if you want ascended gear, sure, but I don't wait having a 0.9 something% chance to get a slightly higher number on gear as mandatory for my enjoyment of the game. That's all. It is forced by one on more difficulty. You could still do all elite, all curses runs. Now, if you want more difficulty beyond that, sure. But are you doing all elite, all curses runs, hardest curses? Because that's an alternative way of increasing difficulty. We have a few layers of difficulty in this game. You've got the Chaos tiers, you've got your menu difficulty setting, you know, relax, balance, intense, and then you've got curses. If you're already using, you know, 2 of those, then yeah, you need the 3rd one if you want to make it harder. So, depends. But I still don't think that calling it forced is truly accurate, because it is still elective. It is still elective. That is why, one of the many reasons why Chaos caps are better game design than level caps, because it is elective.
Think you can make it?
What are your thoughts on enemy damage scaling right now? Is it good to place new Chaos levels? I think it's a little high, maybe. I think it is a little high. I don't have much playtime on Chaos 50 yet, so I don't really want to judge too harshly, and I want to try different defensive strats out there. But it is very high.
Can't wait to throw some spells. Still time to run the other way. Well, that settles, isn't it?
Enemy damage probably 3% per cast instead of 4. Off the top of my head, that sounds fair. Yeah, that sounds fair.
Gonna need more magic.
That was a clusterfuck. Maybe introduce damage resistance as a node in Myth Rank. I don't think Myth Rank needs to be responsible for any more player power than it already is. Myth Rank already does more than skill trees, and over a long enough period of playtime than gear. I'm strongly opposed to putting anything else in Myth Rank. Stuff should be taken out of Myth Rank, if anything. Like, expanding on that. I have a self-imposed Myth Rank cap of 480 right now. I have over 1,000 hours in the game. None of that was spent XP farming, so I've broken 700 Myth Rank. Now, people who have spent time XP farming, some of them are around 2,000 Myth Rank, or higher. I have 709 right now. If I put my 229 points in each of the uncapped nodes in each of these trees, I'd be gaining over 50% to my ability damage, gun damage, spell damage, melee damage stats. 50% is more than you get from an ascended armor piece. It is like bolting an ascended armor piece with just my very mid-rank stats onto your character. I don't think Myth Rank needs to do any more for your character than it already does.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
25, my personal cap for the unknowns, so I realized they're uncapped. Yeah, I chose 20 myself. Depending on how Chaos 50 feels on some builds, I might be willing to go up to 25, but for now, I plan on remaining at 20.
Let's get casting and blasting.
How's that not hitting? There could be a switch to turn Myth Rank off. I really wish there was. I think there should also be some sort of diminishing returns mechanic on Myth Rank point investment. Because, for example, in Borderlands 3, Guardian rank, the most you could get in any of the stats, and some stats had a lower cap, but the most you could get was 15%. But each individual token you invested to that point gave you less and less and less, to the point where it would take you lots and lots of tokens to get even your last 100th%. But Myth Rank, in this game, it's always 1%. It doesn't diminish at all. So whereas it could take you, 100 tokens to get 2%, in BL3. In Wonderlands, 100 tokens is 100%. That's it's way more than what skill trees provide. This game is structured in a way that your skill trees are the least important part of your character, and myth rank is the most important part of your character. And I think that should be flipped. Just a personal opinion. Think C50's where they'll stop? It seems likely, but I don't think it's a sure thing. I think they did myth rank that way. Really weird decision. I don't know. Maybe just for the sake of trying new things. Like, they did a lot of things in this game just to try stuff. I think this would be the place to experiment. So I support experimentation, but this is one of those things that maybe fix that shit. Myth rank's kind of silly. Like, in terms of post-level cap progression mechanics, those being proficiency in BL1 and then badass rank in BL2 TPS and guardian rank in BL3, I think myth rank is the worst of all of them. In terms of balance, I would rather have guardian rank or badass rank or item proficiency, any of those. Like how bold Gearbox was with this game? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Made it help with chaos? Don't know. But it's not necessary. Oh, ISP, you doing a fucky wucky? It's doing a fucky wucky. I see justification for uncapped myth rank if chaos level is also uncapped. Yeah, pragmatic. Yeah, I agree. Referencing Diablo 3 for a moment. So Diablo 3's Greater Rift system is very similar to Chaos Chamber in terms of you complete one and then it'll unlock a higher one. Now, in that game, there's also a mechanic where if you absolutely crush that run, you unlock a few more instead of just like one at a time. But that goes up to 150. Greater Rift rank 150. And the Paragon system is effectively like myth rank, where there's a couple uncapped nodes you can just keep stacking up for more stats forever. But it took about 7 years for people to hit that 150 mark. Like, constantly getting Paragon. It took about 7 years for the game's balance and player power to get to the point where people were hitting that 150 without bugs or exploits, etc. So like a long-term progression system like that, it can work, but it needs to be fine-tuned. How's Spellshot feeling after another nerf? What do you mean another nerf? Spellshot almost never has gotten nerfed, unholy. The double knot reduction effectively did nothing. Spell weaving and magic bullets got slaps on the wrist. Spellshot is still incredibly powerful. Let's not do the framing where the Spellshot is getting bullied. No, Spellshot got let off easy. Spell weaving went from the strongest source of spell damage in the entire game to the strongest source of spell damage in the entire game. Magic bullets went from the strongest and only source of that bullet multiplier, with the exception of Gluttony, to the strongest and only source of that. Like, Spellshot is more than fine. They buffed a bunch of spells, so if you were using any of the buffed spells on a Spellshot, you got stronger. But Spellshot is still the specialist there with that damage type. Era Halifax, thank you for the 17 months. DLC is going great. It's been almost universally well received. Huge improvement from the first two. And the accompanying patch is very good. So, good time to play Wonderlands. Snow grind compared to Diablo? Yeah. But Chaos Chamber has a little bit of Diablo DNA in it. You know offhand if shell casing ring triggers from overheated Skulltuggers? I don't know offhand, Jeff. That's that would make for an interesting test. Yeah, I'd like to know that actually too. Still prefer item proficiency over any kind of rank Lance games had. They're just so cool and rewarding using your favorite type of guns. I agree, Reckless Monster. I think item Yeah, can't speak. I'm speaking too fast. Item proficiency was my favorite of the systems as well. I would love to see that return in some capacity. Maybe even alongside something more like Badass rank or Guardian rank. For the first two Houseo. The boss design isn't awful. Like, the boss has a meaningful enough amount of length to the fight through immunity phases and mechanics and HP. So, an improvement over chums in that regard. And the boss is not absolutely awful, mind-numbing to fight, so an improvement over Imelda. Like, you can actually physically connect with him with things like melee attacks and most of the action skills in the game. And it's creative and interesting. The boss fight is well designed. I like it a lot. Also, the structure of the mirror is, it's non-linear. This is one of the first times they've given us a non-linear activity in a landscape. You do not have to do all of the objectives to get to the boss in the same order. You can just go and do the individual rooms in whatever order you choose. Also, it feels more like a mission than just like a bite-sized, you know, walk through a couple rooms thing. It's really nice. You a morning person? I didn't used to be, but I think I am now, Pollution. After a couple years of streaming in the morning, I'm just kind of... I think I'm a morning person now. Good boss is kind of coggers. Hey Luke, how you doing? Think boss run's a bit too short? No, I don't think so at all. Because, like, if the boss run is too short, you can just do another boss run.
Come on then. Let's get this over with. Piss off to the hereafter.
Like, I don't understand. Why should it be longer? Always after all the night owls, like Cheese in the stream at 9 AM. Yeah, I used to stay up for every Cheese stream, like, the whole time. But this was before I streamed in the morning, so, like, now I usually only catch a couple hours of Cheese's stream. Usually, like, an hour on the front end and 2 on the back end. But, yeah. Not really a night owl. Used to be. Not anymore. Feels a little too short personally in comparison. I've seen his issues, which had maybe 1 or 2 more rooms. But, like, why? Like, you can just do it again. We're already reaching a position, C4, where because of the number of crystals we earn, it takes so long to go through the loot room. So having shorter runs, but still heavy on gameplay, alleviates that issue. And if you feel like one boss run wasn't long enough, you can just do another one. It's already longer than even the extended features we had in terms of bosses. Like, with PLC 1 and 2 releases, DLC 1 and 2 releases, we had extended features that were 2 obelisks, 2 bosses, with a bunch of mobbing rooms. This is 3 obelisks, 3 bosses with no mobbing rooms. So it's still a unique format. And this way makes it more accessible to more people. I don't think making it longer would help, because then you'd be like, hey, I'd like it to be even longer. I'd like it to be even longer. Hey Masons, what spell is that? Inflammation or Laser Hand? Both. I'm using 1 in each hand. What a crab's burrow, it's so annoying. It is. They come out with an extended boss run. I wouldn't be opposed to that as a separate format, yeah. Probably just because I'm used to longer runs. Yeah, like, the other formats are just way longer. Let us elite boss rooms. Boss rooms are already elited, technically, because red portals. Oh, I missed. I'm good at video games. Literal pro gamer, by the way. Oh, there we go. That was a big hit. Oh, I'm intelligent.
Got no juice.
So we're doing Pyro P cosplay today. It's going really well. It's a lot of fun. It's very strong. This is Pyroburst. Yeah, we've decided to name the build Pyroburst because Keck W. Or it's convenient to take a peek at your skill tree. Yeah, I'll show you in a moment, Mozilla. A problem with watching your streams while woodworking his phone gets caked in a really fine coating of sawdust may have some long-term effects I haven't seen yet. Oh no, Bubba. Be good to your phone. Be good to your phone. Are you willing to help me beat Dragonlord? The thing with that, C-Mac, is like, even if you have someone do the fight for you one time, you're still gonna have to learn the fight, because to unlock further Chaos tiers, you're going to have to fight the Dragonlord. If you do random Chaos Chamber runs, you are going to fight the Dragonlord. It's one of those things I would really encourage solving whatever weakness in your build is stopping you from fighting him, because you just kick the can down the road otherwise. It's a problem I really advise solving now. I know I sound old. What's Keck W mean? It's an emote from an extension, Frankerface or Better Twitch TV, which are add-ons for your browser that show more emotes. It's a laughing guy. It's like an LOL type thing, Masons. This paradigm is, like, interesting. But meh. It's a slow pickaxe. I don't actually need that one. I don't need mage stabs either. I don't need that either. So, my skill tree. But Stallion boosted some stuff. She boosted Dark Hydra's Faithful Thralls and Spell Sniper and High Thread Count. I got a lot of Buzz Stallion boost that run. Holy. All right. Well, that's funny. Here, let me go in this room so you see the actual tree. So Spell Shot down to High Thread Count. Taking the usual suspects for like a pure spell build. We maxed Spell Sniper, maxed Phantom Mana, took Mage Armor, took Glass Cannon. It just makes sense to take Magic Bullets, so we did. And of course, High Thread Count. And then Graveborn down to Capstone. Graveborn Capstone is enabling us to have constant uptime on Essence Drain for better cooldown. It's enabling us to spawn more Dark Hydras for more Faithful Thralls. And it's giving us constant stacking of Ascension without having to kill. And Ascension is the second biggest source of spell damage in the entire game. Spell Weaving is the biggest, Ascension is the second biggest. At 3 points, 10 stacks, Ascension is 60% spell damage, which is a lot. A lot. So we want that. And then, of course, Graveborn has Blast Gasp, which is a chance to do a big explosion of damage. Now, Blast Gasp synergizes really well with certain kinds of spells, one of those being Inflammation, because the status effect from Inflammation is spell damage. The explosion from an enemy dying is spell damage. The application of the flamethrower is spell damage. So it's so many individual instances that Blast Gasp is just gonna, like, boom, 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 boom. And that's gonna be a nice injection of damage. We're getting Double Knot from armor, so we do get the best of both worlds. Double Knot favors the way Laser Hand works more. But we could potentially get Double Knot on a the same hit that causes a Blast Gasp for a really nice spike of damage. Using Spellblade with Echo, just because Spellblade gives that extra spell crit chance when you hit for 6 seconds. That's the main reason I want it here. I'm not really doing meaningful melee damage. And the fact that it's primordial is irrelevant. It's not here for damage. I don't care what element it is, as long as it's not fire, I guess, to get around some immunity stuff. Spellcast Elemental, enchant on there. I'm using an Oil and Spice currently for the memes. It has Spellcast Fire damage, that's the main reason I have it, but I can also ignite the Oil Puddle from it for some free damage. I have a purple ring, because I wanted spell stats, and this has spell damage, spell crit chance, spell radius. Spell radius is really nice for inflammation because it increases the explosion, but also the range of your flamethrower a bit. So, like, see these flames? The range of this is determined by your spell radius. Less spell radius means less range. So that's why I want that there. I have an Insight Ring. Insight Ring favors Blast Gasp in a really interesting way. So, it's always ability damage primary. This is from a quest in the Oasis, by the way. So, easy to get. The damage it gives here, crit hits increase non-crit damage by 3% for a short duration, stacks 5 times. That's conditional damage, which is a multiplier that neither one of my current skill trees gives me. The only place I'm getting it is from, I have it on my melee from Spellblade, and I have it when I do gun damage or when I crit when my health is full from this enchant. So we get a nice little bit of conditional damage. And Blast Gasp is ability damage that is incapable of critting. So it gets the ability damage and it gets the conditional damage there. So that is how we apply that to our Blast Gasp for better damage. Oh, ISP, what are you doing? I'm going between 6K and 0 bitrate. Got off the phone with boss in HR, not allowed to return to work. Look at a note from my doctor. Doctor won't give me a note. I'm fully cleared from specialist. Guess not return to work for a long time. Focus on your health. Focus on your health. Remember, every time you return to work, you either hurt yourself or get COVID, rabbit. So, focus on your health. Laser Hand is absolutely sick. Like, crazy good damage. And, the rest is just, like, I don't know, you have a lot of flexibility here. I happen to be using a Skeep right now, but honestly, whatever amulet you have that has, ideally for the setup, Greyborn Power. Greyborn Power would be best. Fire damage. I probably want status damage over all damage here, honestly, but meh. I happen to have Double Knot on a Miasmic Mail. Other armor types would be better. A Paradigm with Double Knot would be ideal, converting spell into ability, but it's just what I got. And Body Rune's always a good bet. That's the build. Inside is conditional? Yes. Need me to sleep? You should do that. Suck at raid bosses. Bosses in this game require more of an active, like, roll on your part than bosses in previous games. There's definitely a learning curve. I wouldn't say you suck at it, you just haven't grasped it yet. Thank you for that, no problem. My aim, it's so good. Have a hard time getting blue if hits a portal thing, the ice balls will stand alive. Yeah, that's something that definitely takes some learning. Sigils can help you there. Sigils will block the red projectiles and stop the enemies. You're bossing when using pixies, so your pixies are good at bossing. Z Karma, long time no see. How you doing? They increased the Chaos 50? Yeah, they did just this Thursday. Just this Thursday. I'm here. Hey Mason, how are you? Nice explosion. Oof.
Spells are up. Yeah, just as we practiced.
Still Chaos 13. Got some catching up to do. Take it at your own pace. It's I just kind of enjoy the experience. I'm not focusing too hard on pushing characters up to 50. Honestly, I have a few I'll probably leave at 35 for a while. I still have some that I haven't gotten past 20. I did go very hard getting everything to 20 in like the first month of the game. But I've gotten more and more lax about it just because I enjoy messing with too many builds and there's not enough hours in the day to do all that chaos grinding all at once. It's like the Iron Man beam. It's the first thing I thought of too, Pollution, yeah. It scares me that loot luck can now hit 90,000 and class power can hit 99%. Class power hitting 99% I don't mind because that's it's a good way of investing power into your build. Like, I like that the difference in this build between me having a Graveborn Power Amulet and me not having a Graveborn Power Amulet is absolutely massive. Because that's 39.6% more damage for Blast Gasp. So instead of me being like Unga Bunga's Spell Weaving, I build a little smarter. I like that.
That's more like it.
Doesn't loot luck have diminishing returns? Kind of, yeah. There's no real reason to stack loot luck, honestly. I'm just comfortable with the base. Pretty much for loot luck, ISP be like, just get your shrine and your dice. That's all you gotta worry about. If you're feeling nasty, you can put on an enchant and a loot luck amulet when you're hitting bunnies or spinning the wheel, doing static things like that. Wearing it in gameplay, I don't really think is worth your time or effort. So haven't gotten all side quests or collectibles. That's a way to get stronger, Irish. If you're having trouble with drill, you're simply not doing damage. And getting your collectibles gives you damage. Now, this character I've intentionally left with no collectible damage increases, because to prove that spell shot's kind of silly. So I don't have the strength, dex, wisdom bonuses. I don't have the shrine crit bonus. I'm just kind of vibing. Does loot luck not affect the type of tier it is? No, it affects rarity. Not chaos tier, just rarity. Enemies in the mirror give 3 lost souls at Chaos 50. I don't think it's Chaos tier related pollination, but I'm not sure on that. What gun is that? Any reason you're primarily holding that one? It's oil and spice. It's just funny to make puddles and ignite them. They explode for some damage, but I'm not really shooting a gun, so what I'm using doesn't really matter too much. Like, I could go no gun at all if I wasn't using double knot armor, and it'd be fine. fire resist pay for it. Tricky bastard.
Dying ain't my style. Ready to cast.
Thanks, Rendered Rupture. Looks like a fun build, may have to give it a try. Yeah, Remy, it's been very enjoyable. I've stayed away largely from Spellshot, Deadshot, just because there's a lot of stuff in that multi-class that's very boring that people gravitate to, that just doesn't interest me too much. But with this, it's very interactive, and it's just cool.
See forever. See minds.
It's not cool, it's hot. Okay, fair. Explosions.
I'm bloody back.
Fire Friend. Fire Friend indeed, son. We saved Fire Friend. It's fine.
Could a cat have done that? I think not. Let's get casting and blasting.
Yes, Spellcaster, what's this build? This is my spellcasting build, Fire Friend POV. This is just a Deadshot that I've had rotting in my saves list for a while. I threw some of my gear that I've farmed on other saves on it, and we started doing a Chaos Climb. We're making good progress. Hey, Stone Swan, how are you? How much damage one of those teams putting out? A lot. Laser Hand's one of the harder hitting spells. We hit 5 million on the yellow raid boss with it earlier. Not optimized or anything, just like a casual 5 million hit. So it's capable of a lot. When you make a build around it, keep some damage interactions going. Those are the new buff spells? Yes. Now Inflammation was already good, but it did get a couple neat buffs. Laser Hand went from really fun to really fun and really strong. They buffed Laser Hand by over 5 times. So now Laser Hand went from like joke tier spell that was cool but little else to it is now like, you know how dominant Ice Spikes are? Laser Hand is I would argue slightly above Ice Spike tier in terms of power. At the very least comparable.
I've got all
Hey Douglas, thank you for the Prime in the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nothing beats my Trickster Spike, except if you want to do a lot of damage to one enemy. Then Laser Hand does. Ah, Vorkanar. Ooh, he resists fire, doesn't he? It's gonna be awkward. I could switch to Ice Spikes. He's got open crit spots. Let's see how I do. I'm ready to switch to Ice Spikes though. Yeah, let's switch. Situational gear swaps. Still a thing. Where are my Ice Spikes? That one. That one. Do I have a Twisted Delusion? No. Where's my Capetites? Yeah, Vorkanar is awkward. I did not account for Vorkanar. Oh, that's a good paradigm. Can we go with that? Yeah, this stuff. Experimentation on the fly. Get some good poison spells going for this guy, actually. An excuse to use poison spells. I have that concentrated magic barrage. Poison. Oh, my spikes are so good. Good stats. Good stats and good behavior. So, like, Ice Spikes, they have projectiles that are capable of weak spot critting. So you can Ice Spike someone in the head for a guaranteed crit. They also have multiple hits, each with a high base damage. They've got high crit chance, short cooldown, good range. They're just very consistent, very reliable. Now that is speaking to triple Ice Spikes and single Ice Spikes. Trickster Ice Spikes are less notable single target, but are very good multi-target. Storming Ice Spikes are a little cloud in an area. They're not as good as those other two variants, but they are there. My third time's 80 body rocket. This one's volatile, big improvement. Let's go. Okay, cool. I'll switch my gear back. I guess I'll keep that equipped. Probably find myself needing that later. Where is my double knot armor? Is it you? Yeah, it's you. Am I going over main damage interactions with Deadshot? Sure. Blast Gasp. Shit ton of spell damage. And I have double knot from armor. That's it. Deadshot has the #1 and #2 largest sources of spell damage in the game, being Spell Weaving and Ascension in order. Taking Greatborn Capstone allows you to sack Ascension on spellcast, not just to kill. Graveborn Tree also gives you Blast Gasp. You can get Double Knot from armor. Sanguine Sacrament is a very big heal that you can spam. Double Knot was nerfed. Something being nerfed doesn't mean it's bad. Like, if you nerf the strongest thing in the game by 1%, is it bad? They have almost never, across all the games, they have almost never nerfed something to a point where it became bad. Very rare. The only thing I can think of that was like that in this game is the Sawmill. The Sawmill went from desirable bullet hose option to lower DPS than every other sniper rifle. Every other unique sniper rifle, I should say. Alright, BRB chat. 1 second, hang on. I'll leave my skill tree up on screen so you can look at this. PP%. Okay, I'm back. Even liquid cooling still usable after nerf. Great example. Great example. People immediately jump to the worst conclusion when liquid cooling was nerfed and like, oh, it's so bad now. Like, no. Just build around it now. And it's still good. Overshadowed by a lot of other options now due to various buffs and new items being introduced, but it's still good. Gordon really knows the emote meta. I try to have the best emotes available. The best. It said armor bunny. Does Blast Gas get ability damage? Yes. Ability damage, Graveborn class power. You know, it's a double dip, so element stuff. Blast Gas formula is sick. I think I saw some vid where they suggested to stop speccing into it. Yeah, that person's not ever used a calculator in this game. Whoever said that, nope. And Double Knot has received 2 changes. It was buffed, and then it was nerfed less than it was buffed. Double Knot's still one of the top, like, damage interactions in the entire game. If someone thinks that a slight reduction to its number kills it, they're just knee-jerking. Interesting gear from the third mirror. I'm not offering gear spoilers right now. The content's been out for less than 2 full days. Or about 2 full days now. So, in the interest of anyone who is trying to remain unspoiled, I'm not going to go into detail. But there's some things that I'm looking forward to building around, yes. I'd say it's a pretty good spread of gear. Amalgam's trying, but... What's movement speed at Ascended, chat? Anyone know? It's 33.3 at Primordial, which is already huge. Is Double Knot worth my Stabo spell shot gun build, do you think? Double Knot is for spells. If you are doing spells as a primary source of your damage, then yes, Double Knot is very worth, as long as you are able to crit with that spell. With some degree of consistency. If you're focusing on other things, probably not. Hey, Catalyst Reaps. Got cosmetics after completing third mirror and disappeared and going to the quick change. Huh. I've never experienced that. Maybe put in a support ticket for that one. Find Dazzler, try it out, it's quite fun. Yeah, I'll have to give that a shot. $39.5? Cool. 39.5 move speed from an armor. That's a number. Cosmetics are easier to get, there's 240 of them now. Irish, you say this every stream and you never listen to the answer. You get 8 cosmetics from the wheel now. 8. If you own all 3 DLCs, when you hit the wheel, and you get the cosmetic portion of the wheel, you get 2 from the base game, and 2 from each DLC you own. That's making it easier to get. Like, that's a change they made. Do you like Twister spells? I haven't used the Twister in a while. It did get a damage buff. I've not used it since all the way back in Chaos 20 days.
This should be interesting.
But Twister can be nice for crowd control. Picked up 40 new cosmetics with 500 souls. That's 1/8 of all DLC cosmetics. So that was in one session, Owl? That's really efficient. Inflammation Twister is fun for mobbing. That sounds fun. Chat, do you think it's worth going after some SMG mag size to try to get more oil? Before I have to, like, reload? I don't use it that much. I don't know if that's worth. Build looks fun? It's a lot of fun. Very fiery. Two for one. Always get more oil, especially in this economy. Oof.
This world's no place for the weak.
Spell radius first. Yeah, I think spell radius is more important. Spell radius, spell crit damage. Yeah. Every time I play the Chaos Chamber, I always try to get more ammo capacity, gun damage, crit damage. Well, I'm playing a build where I'm not really shooting, if you notice. So, the gun stuff doesn't really matter to me. I also don't buy the altar buffs because one, it cuts into your crystals, and two, it's not really representative of how good your build is. A lot of what I do is for build showcasing reasons, so I try not to take it cost. But yeah, if you're trying to just deal the maximum possible damage, it's good policy. Good things to go after. I do highly recommend taking ammo capacity, at least one ammo capacity boost in a chamber run if you're using a weapon that hogs ammo a lot, something like a Skeep Prod, or Furior Chucking. Grabbing one ammo capacity increase, it's only 80 crystals, so it's very efficient. Also refills your ammo? Yeah. Aegis Horn 1, Kragani 0, movable object wins, let's go. Like when the glow from the charge is gone, you end up looking like a Jedi trying to convince your enemy to lay down their weapons. Hey, Andy Attack, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What did you get up to? Welcome in. Anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, and lands games, and looters, and stuff and whatnot. We're doing a Chaos Climb on a Deadshot, doing a fire kind of build. It's a lot of fun. Using Laser Hand and Inflammation. Good stuff. It's worth to restart your game first before you try for more cosmetics. Sometimes it helps with weird bugs. It does. Sometimes the game forgets how to game. About Lich's Auger for this build? Definitely an option. Definitely an option. I'm a bit worried about refilling it completely to re-break it. I would have to try a little harder to do that. I'm not shooting or reloading enough to really have a super fast mage armor re-triggering. But it would be an option. I like Body Rune, A, because I already had it. I was able to just move one from my bank onto this build without having to farm. B, the heal is just always nice. And C, the bonus element. The bonus element is thematically appropriate. But Lich's Auger is an option here. Body Rune is an option. I think Trick Mirror could do well here as well. Ancient Deity would work. Got some boots. Back at anything good while I was gone? I'm not really farming for loot, so not really fleece. We're just progressing chaos tiers. Doing good, just had to drop say hi. I appreciate that, Andy. Glad you're doing well. What's the SMG reason? What does it do? This is the oil and spice. In the alt fire mode, makes an oil puddle that when you hit it with fire damage, it explodes and does some damage. We're using it for just a little extra damage once in a while. You guys want to see Bunny get bullied? I can make that happen. fucking one-shot. It's so funny. Hitting crits with laser hands seems so satisfying. It is. See, this is a situation where Trick Mirror would be nice. Helps with that ranged enemy problem of them chipping me down. Great bow, play the angles. That sounds fun. A big Great Bow fan, big play the angles fan. Good choice. Bad aim. Good abilities to play the angles in Graveborn Spore combo? I don't. Could use a Bonyface's Soul with Lich Stalker? I could do that. That was definitely an option. This weapon instead. Seeing how having a magic element double knot fares here. Yeah, I should just go back to this. It's so hard to seal a chance's crit spot through all the fire. Not switching to ice spikes is hard mode. Yeah, intelligent me would switch to ice spikes here. If I was doing like an actual elite run at C50, I'd be switching spells for bosses as necessary. There we go, there's a crit. There's a chunk. But it's sometimes fun to choose not to be intelligent. Close. It's fine. It's fine. Look, a primordial repeating Trickster's Ice Spike. That's useful. The parts on it weren't great, but still useful. Now let's watch this raid boss be way easier than LeChance. Element matching doesn't really matter in this game? Well, that's just not true. That is just absolutely untrue. Where'd you get that idea? Graph? Is it graph time? After we bully Bonnie. Pop. Pop. I was joking? Okay. Good to know. Thanks, Skeep. There we go. Not a purple class mod with 3 enthralls, gun damage, all damage, health regen improvements. Definitely an upgrade. Imagine a poison laser hand. Be crazy. Try cube next? No.
Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
I'm head out later, Quag. Take it easy, bye, bro. You have a good one. Also the chance to fire. Could have gone way faster. But yeah, it's just having damage. Like, this build isn't optimized for C45. This was thrown together with a C20 character that I just slapped some gear I got on C35 from other characters. So lots of room for improvement. Hey Wales, haven't played Wonderlands yet, so you can 100% trust me when I say specking in your skill tree is actually just a waste of points. Sometimes. Sometimes. Skill trees are the least important part of your build in Wonderlands, Wales, so you're, like, not incorrect. They're still helpful, but skill trees are the least important part of your build in this game. Rings too. After completing new DLC, can you get the ear from bunnies? No. You will not be able to do that until Form 4 of Theodore is out and defeated. So, 3 more weeks till then, Bubba. Sorry. I don't love that gear distribution model either, but that's about the only complaint I have about the DLC, honestly. Can I do anything interesting with that plate mail? Can't really think of much. I mean, I could do some stab-o-matic bullshit. Whatever. Where the bunny's belly's bulge will never fail to make me uncomfortable. Yeah, it is a little, just like a little. a little bit uncomfy. Making progress, chat. We're making it. 46. Forgot moon orbs are a thing this whole stream.
Keep it up and you might be a full lit someday.
What an alliteration. You share your gear? Curious what passes you go for on rings? A chaotic purple with spell damage, spell crit chance, spell radius, shotgun reload speed. Shotgun reload speed doesn't really do much except if I use the body rocker, but like, okay. And an insight ring with spell crit damage. The SMG crit damage does nothing for me. I'm just using this because it's a primordial insight ring. For this kind of build, you want spell crit damage, spell crit chance, spell radius. Are all good things to get.
You were short work. Hard fight, hard point. Time to get paid. That's more like it.
Hey Avi, how you doing? Laser hand's so strong now. It's so good. It's so good. I absolutely love it. Laser hand is definitely on par with like ice spikes for damage dealing now. Like the good ice spikes. How do I farm it? Spell Bunny. It is also much higher chance to get this week from the chest at the end of a Chaos Chamber run. Every week there's an item that's weighted higher in that chest. This week it is Laser Hand. So just do runs and go for the Spell Bunny. You don't get it from the chest itself. That was a 1 mil. Nice. Unfold Saw Blades after buff. Haven't tried Saw Blades yet. Looking forward to that. Maybe that'll be a poison spell I mess with, actually. Because I want to have different spells for different bosses on this build. Well, the Ultra Rooms, yeah. Never knew that's something in the notes, or did you just notice it? Something that was discovered after they started doing the fixed drops vendors thing. It's something they never put in the notes, but it is a feature. Last week it was Sword Explosion, week before it was Blazing Volley, week before that it was Ruby's Spite, week before that it was Blazing Volley. But this week it is Laser Hand.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
sure I buffed cubes with radius. Yeah, cubes having really good cooldown now is awesome. Hey, con. Could have had better crit damage on this. But, I'll take it. I still want a melee crossbolts one for Barbara. On for bossing? Yeah. Yeah. It'd fill the same niche as Tooth Raider for close range bosses, Sen. But with faster crossbolt stacking and just more damage from the gun side of things is the thought process there. With the con nowadays, realize someone made a wish on Monkey's Paw for that buff. Doing inventory management all today, it's so much junk. I have so much to go through, Dex. It's pain. I took a build that I don't plan on taking to C50, and I just turned it into a mule. Like, I didn't even remove any of the gear. I'll have to go back for that gear at some point. But before stream today, I just turned a build into a mule because I needed room. GDQ starts tomorrow. Looking forward to Septic's run. Septic's on Friday. Yeah, I'll try to watch that. Gotta support the homie. Try to make her again on Barbara? No. I have not. Also, it would probably go worse rather than better, Sen, because, you know, C50 now, and I haven't re-geared yet. If I was rich, I would 100% pay for that. Yeah, me too. Pragmatic. Me too. I don't want to sort my bank. It got to a point in BL3 where I just didn't sort my bank. I just, oh, it's full. Let me delete the entire thing. I didn't even look. Just like, yeah, okay, bye. That's how little I want to deal with that stuff. Oh, so, Dex, oil and spice, puddle. I think an optimal use in this build is have blast gas from my spell hitting the enemy, ignite the puddle under their feet. Do you agree with that? I'm asking you because you have more experience using guns than I do. I'd like to see Dark Magic's Drain get fixed for his spells melee. Yeah, I would. That'd be nice. Like, if Blast Gas had happened there, I would have done that. path? Let's say double dips AoE when I hit it with cannonball or I get big boom. Nice. Hey Doc, how you doing? Busy day, so can't stay. Thought I'd drop some points for the goal and a few quag chads. Always welcome. Always welcome. You, the points, and the quag chads. I hope your day's a good day.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? Ready to go.
Bring a bad RNG there. Like any of the heavy weapons can use a touch up. In what way? I don't think any of them need damage. Maybe make blue cake not split as far. Make cannonballers shoot straight. That's it. Hey Walnut, how you doing? Stop doing that. Do the other attack. Fine, I guess I have to actually deal with the bird. So rude. I can't fucking see him. It's the biggest thing affecting me right now.
You might be wondering why I called this meeting.
Ah, that's a good chunk. Yeah, this is one I need to mechanically figure out.
Not this time.
Damage is here, I'm just not doing what I need to. How am I? I'm doing great. How are you? Enjoying this, this very thematic build. Very spellcastery. Using some very enjoyable items.
Let's get casting and blasting. Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. No magic left.
Is the Sporfuse enchant still good? Yes. It's just, you have to use a bad action skill, and it's RNG damage. And you likely have to give up your ward enchant as well. to have much consistency, but in a vacuum, yes. It did not get any worse for guns. In fact, it technically got better for guns because the ability damage skill in Tree was buffed. Or Son of Overwatch was literally just running underground. I'd believe it. I would definitely believe that. Multiple blast gasps going off? Yes. Blast gasp has no rate limit, no internal cooldown or anything. You can just get it individually per projectile, and having inflammation's dot ticking on an enemy is more potential blast gasps. So like if I'm doing this, the status is blast gasping, the spell itself is blast gasping, any other spells I'm doing is blast gasping. We're getting there, we're getting there. 47 unlocked. Well, a couple more runs. I didn't really anticipate this taking the whole stream, but it's still chill and fun, and I'll be able to showcase this next stream. So I'm good with it. Still Chaos Chamber, so it's fun? Absolutely. Love Chaos Chamber. Really like seeing it, like how much room you have to refine it to. Yeah. I want to try out that, don't let me end stream without doing this. That Ascended Calamity I got, of the armor. I need to move that over to this save and see how that works out. Because I don't remember the passes being particularly good. But it's a Calamity with points and double knot and Ascended spell shot class power, even as a secondary. Should still be an upgrade over what I have here. Although, area damage. If it doesn't have area damage, it might still be a downgrade. I'll have to math it out. Hey Pris, how you doing? Love to see them buff the weaker melee weapons, feel most of the time just want a Banshee. Well, Banshee's not even one of the strongest melee weapons, so... But yes, there are some weaker melee weapons that I'd love to see get love. I'd love to see Storm Surge get its bugs fixed. Ragnarok is terrible, so that could take a buff. Pincushion is terrible, that could take a buff. I don't think it'd be unreasonable for Fatebreaker to get something too. That I was surprised to see. We're doing fire stuff. It's fucking Pyro from Outriders, Pris. Like, tell me this isn't just Outriders Pyro. Mess around testing range of flamethrower on targets, hits from way further than you'd expect. Radius from Wyvern Ring doesn't seem to do anything. Interesting. Hitboxes on it are weird. The information on radius scaling it up came from Smug about 2 months ago. About 2 months ago. This was like right when C35 came out. So maybe that needs to be retested. And see which radius boosts, if any, are working. But I do remember it doing something to it. Even if it just ends up being the explosions, not the range of the flames. Although I really feel like it's the range of the flames too. That's still useful. So I suppose the difference is academic. Legally distinct from Outriders, yes. Highest damage melee weapon? You should know by now, Irish, that that is not how that works. Gonna have to be more specific.
Now that's the good stuff.
Prediction? I'm doing Chaos Tears Foster. There's nothing really to predict. But hi, how you doing? High card damage? Great swords. Banshee does not have higher card damage than a purple greatsword. Though it is the only legendary that can roll the damage parts of a purple greatsword. So I guess technically that. But highest card damage isn't always the play. Sometimes is, say for Dreadwind or Executioner's Blade. But for actually swinging a melee weapon, Banshee does not win versus Assault and Battery. Situationally loses Pickaxe and Twin Soul. Among others. Never messed with Outriders because it would have blown up my PC. Is that game any good? I quite like Outriders. In fact, they've got a new expansion coming out in 5 days, and I'll have some more info for you guys on this subject on Monday. But I will be streaming the game on the expansion release. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, really tough 24 hours here. Yeah. I'm doing okay. I hope you and yours are as well. See that balance discussion post? I did not. I was a bit busy. Hey Darth Plagueis, got this game in Season Pass and barely even played it because my laptop decided to be a little bitch, permanently killed frame rate in any play session with almost any game. This March, haven't figured out the reason yet. Oh, that sounds unfortunate. I'm sorry you gotta deal with that. These explosions in this obelisk. Oh, this will probably be really sick for boss runs because the obelisk rooms will just be inflammation chains. What did I just pick up? I guess nothing. Also called out Techno for being just a number ball with no conditions multiple times. Cool. Explain their intentions for major balance updates. Always love to see that. Definitely have to give that a look. So satisfying. Hey J Games. I just got off work. Hope you had a good work day. Is oil and spice doing this build for double knot purposes? Among others. It being a fire gun does benefit my double knot. Good eye for that. But also, the puddle, when you ignite it, makes a fire explosion. So it's a neat little bit of supplementary damage we can do while we're casting. It's primarily a casting build. But that's a way to get our gun helping us a little bit, since I'm not going to spend too much time shooting. And it's thematically appropriate. Pure chaos, chamber working as intended. Yeah, that was a very, very fast-paced room. I enjoyed that. Oh, I forgot, this is a drill one. Shit. Alright, back to Ice Pipe. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. Let's try this. Some coffee first. Hey Fan, how you doing? Fire and ice action. Not at all a good idea, but cool looking. Yeah, let me just stick with fire until it's actually time for that. But that bodes well. That enemy damage I talked about a bit earlier. That's cool, Fatal. Come on, Drill. Get over here.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Hey, new max spin. Oh yeah, it's gonna hit me. Ha! Beat your heal. Got him. It's faster, Drill's hand or mine. That was sick. Alright, I gotta switch to ice spikes for the next bit though. Sag. Hey Jenga, how you doing? Any general advice for 35 to 50 climb? Same as for the others, really. It's gonna be the same Chaos Trials. It's completely fixed now across all tiers. So what that means is you'll have the same hurdles you did getting to 35. You want a good bossing strategy in place for Drill, and Wastard. But other than that, just business as usual, really. Keep in mind that as you get higher up, enemy damage is really relevant. You can see Drill is hitting me to a point where Sanguine Sacrament is barely able to keep up. Like, he's hammering me pretty good. So keep in mind, enemy damage has scaled up quite a bit. The difference between Chaos 35 and Chaos about 41 is about the difference between Chaos 20 and Chaos 35. So it keeps getting harder after that. Overall difficulty has gone up. Primarily in enemy damage, though. They hit real hard. Dragon Lord? Yeah, you'll have to fight Dragon Lord a few times. If you do exclamation point Chaos Trials, I think? We have a command for it. It tells you the boss order. But it's the same order as 1 through 20. Just repeats. Run to the store for groceries and lunch. Good luck with the climb. Thanks, New Max Ben. I appreciate it. Good luck with your grocery run. Cool. I can put my fire spells back on. I'm a climb today. Yeah, today's stream so far has just been me climbing. It's been going well. Primordial Storm Surge. Please fix this. I really want to use this melee weapon. Warm up on a DLC run first. Yeah, I didn't think this climb would take me this long, honestly. So I plan on doing some DLC stuff today. We'll see if I have energy to do another long stream. Thanks for the advice. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Happy to help out. Like, I just want people to have a fun time playing this game, so really, it truly makes me happy to help spread the tips and tricks that I've picked up, not just from my own gameplay, but from other people as well. Spreading the love, as it were. Storm Surge has the Quaking Thunder. No, that's Mage Staff. Storm Surge is the one that, it guaranteed applies a shock dot to the enemy, and then it calls down a lightning bolt. But that lightning bolt is currently bugged and doesn't deal any damage. Like, it's not that it's weak, it's that it does not inflict an instance of damage at all. It's just purely visual. So I'd like that to be fixed. Calamity Reminder. Right, yeah, I gotta do that next. I'm weird and I don't want to use Ascended Gear below 50. Because I feel like that's an inaccurate representation of stuff and things. So I'm gonna wait until I'm on 50 to use it. We just unlocked 48. So we have 2 more Chaos Trials to do. The one to unlock 49 and the one to unlock 50. Let's give it Catatumba's Lightning Bolt. Yeah. Yeah. There's a bunch of Lightning Bolt effects in the game. Just that particular one doesn't hit. Good to know, almost equipped Storm Surge. Yeah, it's, it could be really interesting, because it has a pretty decent base damage. It is a slow swing speed. It's like Banshee tier swing speed, but not Banshee tier damage. But it's got decent crit stats. Again, in line with Banshee. It's got that guaranteed lightning status effect on melee attacks, which is interesting. And if that Lightning Bolt did good damage, it could do some good stuff. It also has variable hilt mods. It's not locked into that Archmage roll. Got the Devil's Chain Chuck. It's fire with 666 damage, 66 accuracy, and 66 handling. Nice. True D&D reference. In the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of discourse, people labeling D&D as satanic, so that's probably an intentional reference. Catatumba, Storm Surge, Full Battery, Storm Smite. Rain down hell upon others. Arc Torrent spells as well. Cloudburst, Arc Torrent. Hey Ramen, how you doing?
Come on, have some fun.
Show skill tree? Yeah, 1 second. Grave Cap, Max Blast Gasp. It's slight Grave overspec. I put an extra in Stain of the Soul, and I took Lord of Edges, and then high threat count. Max Spell Sniper, Max Font of Mana. No problem. Gotta go to work, see you Monday. See you Monday, Irish. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good day at work. Skip playing last week. This crystal event is nuts though. You're 20k just from a casual normal run. Yeah, it is too much loot to sort out. I've started doing the bunny straddling strat dank, where I just hit 2 bunnies at once to cut my actual feeding time in half. Because it's so much loot. Lazy had a run where he got 40k or 39k, something like that. You know, extended all elites, hardest curses, etc. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Ready to go!
I forgot about Fire Friend. Bad friend. What is my spell crit chance with Spellblade active? Need an enemy to bonk. %82 for the inflammation. Cool. So yeah, fully charged laser end is definitely guaranteed critting for me right now. But with Spellblade, pretty close to only partial charge critting. If I had a second crit chance part, I think that'd be auto crit without having to charge. Body rune? Yeah. Body rune, double knot armor. 2 double knot on a non-chaotic miasma tail.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Today I haven't found a Perceiver in Chaotic or higher rarity. I've gotten a couple of Primordial Perceivers. I just haven't used the Perceiver in a while because it's just so vanilla. Like, sure, it's cool when it works, but it's just very unremarkable in a game where weapons do a lot of weird shit. Though I might circle back around to Perceiver with that new ring. The unique thing about the Perceiver, it has a chance to reapply your crit damage bonuses as a damage bonus, and that chance is based on your crit chance. So, in an indirect sense, it's sort of double crits. That's not what it's doing, but mechanically that's how you can best explain it. So, it benefits from gun crit chance a lot. Like, even if you're shooting a crit spot, it benefits from gun crit chance, which is what makes it kind of unique. Special thing is that it has a sideways sight, and I love it. True. Sideways sight for life, Dex.
I blame you for trying.
Me, I want to upgrade my chaotic ski prod game. Here's a volatile 100 less damage, you're welcome. How's the crit, though, J-Bridge? Did it at least get better crit parts? Because I personally, when comparing two ski prods, I prioritize the crit more. It's a sniper crit formula. So if it happened to get more crit parts, still an upgrade. Opium?
you're creepy. Tell the Reaper I sent you. That's more like it.
And check, handling was higher. That's something. Something something made a 3-second max stack called shot something something wink.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
I do like how aggressive I can be with this build.
I would run if I were you. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Alright, Zomboss, and then I think the next one's Celissa, so we're good, we're good.
You tell them I'm coming.
Enemy damage is very high, but so is my damage. How much money have I made in this? Not much. I do still have backpack SDUs to buy on this character, so I'm eventually going to run into something in the vendor that I really want, and I'm not going to be able to afford it, and I'm just already in shambles about it, honestly. Put some stuff in my bank real quick. I made a little bit of room. Not much, but a little bit. Chaos Trial 49, let's go.
Go on, baby.
Quality of life leaving the area should sell everything on the floor. I mean, yes, but the thing with that is then we end up with money being completely meaningless, because that's a lot of money. Like, I don't mind that money is a conscious thing you need to grind for and have an active role in picking up. I actually think that's nice. Because, you know, BL3 hitting the integer overflow on money fairly regularly was a meme. I just find it weird you can't do raid bosses in boss rush mode. I'm considering putting that feedback out there. You're like, hey, so since it's 3 obelisk rooms, can you just like put raid boss sigils in the obelisk rooms, guaranteed? So that people can, if they want to do boss rush, just do like, you know, obelisk, hit the boss thing, and then boss, and then obelisk is the boss thing, boss, obelisk is the boss thing, boss, and then you got your 4 raid bosses. I think that would make sense.
Gonna need more magic.
Personally, just don't care for that lift and shift farm, but I get what you mean about money should have purpose. Yeah. It's clunky, and, you know, it's not quite gameplay, but it's at least giving you an active role inside the game. It's an awesome build. I'm glad you like it, Black Panther. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I did always say that, like, if I do some Deadshot stuff on stream, I'd want it to be interesting. I hope this fits the bill. It's not super dissimilar from existing Deadshot fuckery, but I'm having more fun with it than the cookie cutter stuff. Just item choice does a lot in that regard, right, Kevin? Yeah, Kevin agrees. Goblins? No. No way. How many fire immune enemies? Or people going in with the heck are those weapons? Weapon interactions and puddles lasers? Yeah, yeah. I like oil and spice for this. It's most likely not gonna end up being optimal, but it's cool. I pet him momentarily and he had this happy little meow, and then I stopped and he immediately got angry again. Yes, Kevin, you are a good boy. What do you need? What do you need? You probably need water. It's hot today. I'll get your water in a little bit, okay? Let me finish working.
Let's get casting in blood, like wheat before the storm.
Kevin, best cat, he's a good boy. And Jake? Yes. Information was bug going on one charge instantly after a fully charged 7. Think it's in the charges either dotted the enemy or spread after death. You think it's bugs because I had one I was using out before the change? No, David, I don't think that's how that works at all. No. I never encountered anything like that on my Bilto was already using one. Are you sure it wasn't you hitting one of these? Because this is what happens when you hit one of these with a multi-charge spell. Ready? Down to 1. Sure it wasn't that? Is double knot this build from your armor? Yes, Remy. Yes. If you don't have double knot armor, then it's probably better to... Well, if you don't have double knot armor, what you could do is use blast gas armor and go down to double knot skill tree. This does stop you from having Greatborn Capstone, but it lets you have both damage skills still. Try to find a clip. Okay, yeah. I have not had that problem with inflammation at all. Using ones from both before and after the update. That was a chaotic room. Hey Tatsu, thank you for the prime.
I am craving pancakes.
Hi craving pancakes, I'm Quag. Tatsu, thank you for the 2 months in the prime. I appreciate it. So proud of you. Playing Outriders already? Pyromancer updates look sick. Hey Felicia. Yeah, this really just feels like Pyro from Outriders. It's so great. got Celissa. Let's finish this. Stop dodging me, ma'am. Yes, I mammed you.
The stuff legends are made of. See what happens? You might be wondering why I called this meeting.
I just hate it for how beefy she is compared to the other bosses. She's not actually very beefy. She just, she moves a lot, and she's got a lightning resistance. Celissa doesn't have more health than other bosses. It's actually on the lower end compared to some of them. She's simply tricky. In the Discord, we have a health calculator. In case you're curious about how much health exactly she has. It's in the resources channel. Tried laser hand finally, it's scary. It's so strong, right? I really enjoy it. Looks like new melee weapon consumes all your inflammation charges. Okay. Well, it's been 2 days, maybe go light on item spoilers for people. I've already had everything spoiled for me on day 1, but maybe. But yeah, that's good to know. I will not use those things together. Head of the snake with 3 double knot. Interesting. Still head of the snake though, so don't care. Is lightning resistance? Yep. I even try using lightning then. For some enemies, you don't. Most coiled enemies resist lightning and poison. Celissa resists lightning. Drill has a phase that resists lightning. And that's to balance out the fact that, in my opinion, and the math supports this, if you were to commit to using just one element all the time, lightning is the most consistently, like, strong. If you're gonna commit to using one element all the time, which, like, generally speaking don't, unless you're doing it for a specific item that is locked to an element, lightning is gonna be your play. The Drill phase is lightning resistant, the one where he does lightning attacks. Poison laser hand when? Please. Be amazing. That or mimics drop an instance pull out, the exact same as the ammo containers and chaos chambers, walk it over, then consumes all your spell charges. Could be that. Thanks for testing. It's after you get his ward down though, isn't it? I think so. But with Celissa, it's while her ward's up. So that means that she can give the perception of being tankier because the favorable elemental matchup for that type of bar isn't favorable. I want to do some stuff with Raining Calamities and Spell Radius, so I suppose I should pick that up. Primordial Twister. Status damage rolls on a Twister seems so pointless. Like, look at that dot. It's a whopping 171 damage dot. Amazing. Beautiful. Lovely. Substats on the Raining. Status chance, crit chance, cooldown. Crit chance on that's actually a really good roll. Calamities have very poor crit chance, so getting crit chance parts on them does a lot. If you're talking double knot stuff. It's an upgrade. No. That's a crit chance. That's almost an upgrade, though. I'm gonna take it in case I want a double laser hand. Fuck it. Okay, so now I'm gonna exit the chamber. I'm gonna check the vendors, switch my chaos level to 50, check the vendors again, then go grab my my Ascended Calamity with 2 double knot from my other save. Move that over here. That chaos 50, 0.99% chance for Ascended here. Recommend this game? Literally nothing about it. I would recommend this game, and Tyler. I really enjoy this game. It's if you're familiar with the Borderlands series, it's a cousin to that. If you're not familiar with Borderlands, think of Diablo but first-person shooter. Pretty much describes it. Barrel Maker seems pretty good now. Yeah, I gotta mess with that. I'm liking the Primordial drop rates at 50. Feels really good, Charlie, yeah. I've gotten a lot of Primordials in the last couple days. Don't listen to him, he hasn't got any playtime. I only have 1,100 hours, almost. It's like 1,080, something like that. Yeah, here's a Calamity. Ability crit chance does nothing, melee damage does nothing, max health, meme. But it's a Calamity with 2 points in Spell Sniper and 2 in Double Knot. And Ascended Spell Shot power is 52.6%. I have to at least try it, right? I gotta at least try it. Like, that's excessive. Gotta start going for Ascended laser hands now, too. Yeah, hours has this game been out? I don't know. So that's a scary question. What did I name this character? I don't remember. Oh, it's literally right there. I gotta name it Pyro Burst, because Keck W. So it should be right at the top, because Ascended, at least. There we go. So what do we lose switching this? We lose the area damage. We lose a little spell crit chance. That's actually a pretty decent chunk to lose. We lose some status damage. Status chance doesn't really matter. Inflammation's already guaranteed. So we lose area damage and a little crit chance, but we gain Stabbo power, which is global crit chance. We gain spell power, which is a bunch of spell damage. And we get the Calamities effect of a bunch more elemental damage. Let's try it. Let's try it. Just see how it feels. Put some more stuff away, though. Keep that cube on me. You can go in there, and you can go in there. Is there a legendary calamity yet? No. After playing a melee build since release, just now found out I could hold down my melee button. Oh no, Fatal. Oh no, I'm sorry to find out like this.
But seriously, you should dare.
Crowdsource chaos, because none of us are as crazy as all of us. I love that flavor. Boss run. Ambitious? Maybe. But I'm curious. I like Chaos 50. I'm liking it so far. Enemies hit pretty hard, so that's taking some getting used to, but I'm enjoying it. Chaos 50 is fun. Swinging a 1.9 pickaxe with 5/5 Iron Skull has been a workout. Your hands are probably massive. Oh, that was a chunk. I think it's working pretty well. Big hands, eh? Love that emote. K6 jacket is definitely like a top 5 emote. Alright, this is badass. I was worried about losing that area damage roll, but like... okay. This is so sick. We hit him with a 1 mil hit before we even hit the ground. It's like Health Bug is not. That's the crazy thing. But yeah, it does look like it a little bit. Just hitting that hard. I would believe this was health bug if I wasn't seeing the damage numbers. Holy. Wait. Wait, did you see that? His health bar completely... We brought him past all of the immune phases, and the game was just like, no, no, do it anyway. It went back up. He did it again. We hit him so hard the game can't handle it. Laser hand is filthy. That was so nasty. Holy. I need an ascended laser hand, and I need it now. I need it. I'm such a slut for damage.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. This one's got death.
Listen to me like you don't need it at all. No, listen, you don't understand. You don't understand. I need it. Oil and Spice be like, yeah, I'm just hanging here and occasionally spit my puddle. Yeah, it's just vibing. Like, it's not like I'm shooting my gun at all, so, like, I don't really... Oh, I love this spell. This is addictive. It's a good peg line. Laser hand is similar to a phaser beam and Outriders. Yep. Yep. Ooh, that was a nice little 7-minute boss run. I tremble at the day I see an ascended fucking raid of arrows in that vendor. Ooh. That's gonna be gross. It's still weird seeing primordials so often. Laser and nerf incoming. No, no, don't do it. It's too cool. Give Ascended Laser Hand with spell charge and crit chance. Give. That was sick damage though. cube. You gotta remember that volatile is mentally chaotic now. Like, volatile is not noteworthy anymore. It is, but like, I gotta program myself to not go nuts over primordials.
You cannot escape my gaze.
He says as he takes a primordial. Okay. Used laser hand in a trial against Dragonlord, had him almost dead, but game refused to end the fight until I killed Bernadette. Aww. This is the Giga Chad spell. This is the Giga Chad support. This is some Giga Chad armor. Having a lot of fun with this. I'm going to continue to mess with this, but that's going to be it for stream today. So tomorrow's my day off. Monday will be more Wonderlands, and I'll have some info about some stuff and things. Hopefully, correspondence goes well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's do a quick raid. Yeah, I'm raiding on PP%. Who's doing the thing? Dame's playing Black Mesa. I should watch that sometime. Ferric's doing art. Lazy's on Wonderlands. Samwise playing Fortnite. Ruka's playing Maneater. I never did play that. Yeah, let's go to Lazy. Let's go to Lazy. See the full build, please? Yeah, I'll do that for you real quick. Holding Oil and Spice, spellcast fire damage. Spellblade with spellcast elemental, and Echo. Using just a random purple ring I had with spell damage, spell crit chance, spell radius. An insight ring with spell crit damage. Body rune with vibing enchant, that's a health full one. Calamity with points in double knot. Skeep with Graveborn power and fire damage. Inflammation. Laser hand. Skill tree is Cap Graveborn, max blast gasp, and then take high thread count in the other one. Hero points, max crit, max status. And that's that. Anyway, let's go say hi to Lazy. Let's do some Quag Chad raid. Thank you guys so much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And Wonderlands is great. This last update was great. This DLC was great. If you're looking to get into the game and you don't have it yet, !Wonderlands spits out my affiliate link, and you can get the game on Steam or Epic through that link. Have a great weekend. Love you all. Thank you for the support. Bye-bye. I gotta pee.